And she said, Robert, I'm a millionaire today. This is a gal from Singapore. And I said, well, that's wonderful. Which book was the one that got you started? And she said, Nothing Down was the book that got me started. And I said, well, wonderful. What was there in the book that really seemed to do that really was the catalyst to get you started? And she said, well, if I could be honest, I never did read the book. I just read the title. And I said to myself, can I buy property with nothing down? Is that even possible? I think I'll just go do that. And so she started to buy real estate in Singapore, Malaysia, and became a millionaire and came up to me and she says, I want to thank you for changing my life. Well, I didn't change her life. Just the cover of the book just planted the thought that you could buy property with little or no money down. In fact, you can buy businesses with little or no money down. You can do lots of creative things with creative financing. So then I wrote Creating Wealth, which is the book that Caden talked about. This book says that if you want to be financially free, you should be investing in real estate is one way. And then there are other ways of investing. And I challenge everybody to write to buy two properties a year for 10 years, and that would make you financially free. Well, when we were there together, Caden was on the stage with me and Robert Kiyosaki. Kiyosaki, of course, is the author of the all-time best-selling financial book. It's sold 40 million copies, huge bestseller. And on the stage, in front of 11,000 people in Japan, he said, when I got the copy of the book Creating Wealth in late 80s, we were still not really that financially successful. And I said to my wife, Kim, she said, Kim, go read this book. He said, buy two properties a year for 10 years. Go do that. Let's do that for us. And so she went and bought 18 properties, or she bought 20 properties in 18 months. And then he announced to the audience there in Japan, this was 5 years ago, that they now owned 6,900 properties. So I've had an influence in a lot of people's lives. I won't take all the credit. I'll take a tiny little piece of the credit. Maybe I'm rich. Maybe I'm Robert Kiyosaki's rich uncle. But the books that I've written have really changed lots of people's lives. The challenge is how I went to an unemployment line and picked people off the unemployment line and told them that they could start with nothing, no cash, no credit, no job, no nothing. And they could make money in 90 days. And they did. And so the book, Multiple Streams of Income, that Caden talked about, I'm going to be sharing a chapter of that here with you tonight or today. A book that's been published all over the world and has helped make many millionaires. How to make extraordinary money online, multiple streams of internet income, how to be an enlightened millionaire, the 1 Minute Millionaire. This is one of my favorite books. The Enlightened Way to Wealth, and Cracking the Millionaire Code. Is there a code to wealth? And essentially, there are 4 codes that I talk about in this book. Earning Cash in a Flash. These last 3 books were written with the co-author of Chicken Soup for the Soul, Mr. Mark Victor Hansen, and he and I wrote them. Building a Millionaire Mindset. And this is, as I look back over my career and decided where was my success? Where did it come from? Where did I win the most? And where did I lose the most? And I went back over my career and I said, it turns out there are 4 fundamental skills you need as a mindset in order to succeed in anything in your life, whether it's making money or having a great relationship or losing weight or being successful in sports. It's what I call the 4 maps of happy, successful people. And I've invited Caden to give all of you a copy of this book as my gift to you, because in anything you do in life, if your mindset isn't right, it doesn't matter what system I teach you. If you don't have the courage to do the system, then you will not succeed. So mindset comes first. And I've given him a copy of this in Chinese, in simplified Chinese, and in traditional Chinese. So one of those 3 versions is a copy that you could read if you'd like to. I challenge you to do the maps that are in there. And why do we need the right kind of mindset? Because we live in a very volatile world with lots of things changing rapidly. And so you could be blindsided. Weren't we all blindsided by COVID? I was on the way back from Japan on the 9th of March, 2020, after having a wonderful speaking engagement in Japan and speaking to thousands of people there. I arrived back in America, and then the world shut down for the next 2 years. And my businesses, some of my businesses died, and some of my businesses flourished during that COVID time. And one of the lessons that we all learn from being blindsided is that things can happen out of the blue. We can have pandemics and weather disasters and earthquakes and AI, Chat GPT. It isn't hasn't that started to change the world? Health challenges and the next sudden shock. We just have to be ready, but not stop because of what we read in the newspaper. We have to look at the newspaper and say, how do I turn this news into good news for me? And so it's a wake up call for all of us. Your life can change overnight. You need multiple streams of income, and you need to make money while you sleep. You need to have residual streams of income. And so how do you do that? Well, there are three fundamental skills that you need to work on constantly in order to maintain and sustain your wealth. You have what I call system skills. That's techniques, strategies, systems that every way of making money has a different system. Making money in real estate is a different system than making money online on the internet. And making money on the internet has a different system than trading, which is Caden's specialty. Every one of them has systems, and you need to know what that system is, because you can't just launch into a brand new way of making money without studying the systems of people who have gone before you. And then we have what we call people's. This is the mindset part. There's the right brain skills and the left brain skills. The left brains are systems. The right brain skills are just how you get your mindset to work for you. And system skills are important. And in my book, Multiple Streams of Income, is all systems. How do you trade on the marketplace and doing options? Systems. How do you make money in real estate? Systems. How do you make money on the internet? Systems. How do you make money selling information? How do you make money as an entrepreneur? Every way of making money has a different system. And should be the first question you ask. What is the system? If somebody's trying to invite you to learn how to make money with their system, you say, well, show me the system. What is your system? What are the steps you take? And these are called left brain tools. They're details when it comes to systems of do this, don't do that. For example, when it comes to the system on real estate, there's ways of making money in real estate, and there are many ways of making money in real estate. You can make money in residential real estate. You can make money in commercial real estate, vacant land, all kinds of ways of doing it. But whichever vehicle you choose in the real estate world, you should be saying, what is the system? How do people do this? What are the steps to create wealth following that narrow way of making money in real estate? And a lot of people will, like the lady from Singapore who said she just read the cover of the book and she went off and started to do it by herself. I don't think that was smart, to tell you the truth. She should have studied and learned and tried to figure out what are the fundamental principles of making money in real estate. When it comes to making money in launching a business, how do you launch a business online and offline? How do you do the various different processes to make a business work? And we all know that businesses that launch today are going to fail very easily. And how can we make sure that that doesn't happen to us? Well, we follow systems. And those systems show us what not to do. More importantly, don't do this. If there's a way to get to the top of the mountain, then take the route that most people have taken, because it's a proven route. And that some business owners, they have discovered their own ways of doing a business, and they've refined the approach and made it unique to them. And therefore, that's why business is so powerful. There are millions and millions and billions of businesses all around the world. And then we have some major leaders who've figured out how to make business work for them. So that's what we want is a multiple stream of income. When it comes to trading, what's the system? Caden's got powerful systems. Um, what are how do you select? It's important to know what stock to select and how do you use that stock to create wealth. And one of Caden's specialties is options. And in order to pick a stock, you have to find a stock that's on a major exchange, and you have to find the ones that are optionable. That means there's a little O at the end of the line, and it means, yeah, you could get an option on that. What is an option? Well, it's not buying the major stock itself. It's not buying Apple. It's buying an option on Apple. And I can spend a couple $100 to buy a one share of Apple, but I don't want to buy one share of Apple. I want to buy an option. That's the right to buy Apple in a certain period of time at a certain price point. And if Apple fluctuates and goes up and down in the right direction, then you have the opportunity to pick that stock and to sell it. This is called leverage. This is the leverage of the stock market. I teach the leverage in real estate, but this is how you get leverage in the stock market. And I have systems that I use and have used and have done very well with, but that's not my specialty. That's not my secret, you know. If I want to learn how to trade in options, I'm going to go to Caden and I say, Caden, you've taught people for decades how this works. You've done it for yourself. It works for you. You've got hundreds and hundreds of success stories. So I'm going to say to him, and I think you should be saying to him too, Caden, what's your system? What do I do first? And it's probably the first step would be to have a system for evaluating those stocks that have the greatest probability of having volatility, whether you're going volatility up or volatility down. And there are certain signals that you can track, that you can know kind of in advance which ones have the greatest probability of moving in the direction you want them to move. And therefore, that's what options are all about. So when it comes to multiple streams of income, I think you should have all three, frankly. Yes, I do. I want you to be making money in real estate. Most millionaires in the world have this as their major part of their portfolio is real estate. And then you have all the billionaires in the world, it's businesses, and one of the best businesses in the world is information business, how to sell information. And every single one of you right now, when you succeed at something, you can get paid twice from succeeding once at one thing. And suppose you get really good at having a business, for instance, and you've discovered your own little unique ways of doing that. Well, would anybody want to ask you how to do it? Would anybody who has a business be smart to ask you to share with them your system? Now, you can give your system to them. You can say, yeah, this is how I do it. Step one, step two, step three. Or you could say, well, I only coach a handful of people at a time. I have a vacancy in one of my spots of five. I coach 5 people at a time. Would you be interested in having me be your personal coach? Now, remember, some of you may have never thought of doing anything like this, but remember, when you're an expert at something, then somebody's going to know how you did it. And if I can be perfectly honest, my real estate, that's how I made my first million. That's how I succeeded at that. But the vast fortune that I've made is by teaching other people how to do what I did. And so just remember that if you succeed at anything, as you're listening to this today, as you choose any one of the people who talks to you today and you want to follow their system, and once you get really good at it, you can't copy their system. That's not fair. But you need to come up with your own unique way of doing it. The way you have creatively come up with your own different way of entering into the ways of making money. For instance, if it's real estate or if it's owning a business, when you come up with your own unique way of describing it, you now have become an expert, and people were willing to even pay you for your expertise. Um, that's, in my opinion, one of the best businesses in the world because you can sell physical products in your business. Unfortunately, when you sell a physical product, you have to manufacture it. There's cost there. You have to ship it. There's cost there. You have to organize an entire business around it, and therefore your profit margin in a widget, a business that sells a physical product, your profit margin is going to be, certainly less than 50%, more than likely 25%, and in some cases 15% will be your net profit after all the costs associated with delivering that product. But the information business, the cost of delivering that product, actually manufacturing and creating the product, is maybe 5%. You have a 95% margin, 95%. So the very beginning of our conversation about multiple streams of income, yes, succeed at one of these streams, succeed. You have to succeed because you have to earn the right to say to anybody who's around you that you've earned the right to be a coach. Why? Because you did it. You learned how to do it. It's hard to do it. It's hard to organize yourself and to have the courage to follow through, to make success really happen. But once you've succeeded at it, now you can get paid twice because someone else is going to want to learn. Well, why would you want to share your secrets with them? Well, that's a really good question, isn't it? You have to decide, like I did with real estate. Um, do I share my secrets of real estate investing with my fellow Americans and then people around the world? Will they compete with me for the properties I want to buy? Well, how many properties do you need? You 20, 30 properties total out of 60 million properties in the United States. No, I'm not worried about competition. Um, no, I wanted to share my information with people like I'm sharing with you right now. I want to expand your mind so that you make the decision that you want multiple streams of income flowing into your life. Now, the second skill that you need in order to succeed in anything is people skills. You got to learn how to negotiate, how to persuade, how to get people to trust you. And sometimes people, when they go to somebody to buy a property and they don't have enough money, how do you get them to sell the property to you if they don't know you, they don't trust you, they don't think you're going to be honorable and honest? Guess what? When you run out of money from real estate investing, you have to buy with nothing down. You have to use creative financing. And that means people have to trust you with some crazy offers you're going to present to them. And if they won't trust you, the deal doesn't happen, you don't buy the real estate. So I did this challenge when they sent me to San Francisco and they took away my wallet to follow through on the challenge I said in the advertising for my seminars here in the United States. Send me to any city, take away my wallet, give me $100 bill, and in 72 hours, I'll buy an excellent piece of real estate using none of my own money. And the Los Angeles Times challenged me and took me to San Francisco and took away my wallet and gave me five $20 bills. And I had to buy property in 72 hours, or I would be shamed in front of the world on the front pages of the Los Angeles Times. Well, how did I succeed? Well, number one, I had a system. I'd used that system many times, so I knew it worked. Number two, I had people skills. I negotiated with people. They could sense from the tone of my voice and the way I was talking to them that I wanted it to be a win-win transaction. I didn't want them to lose. I wanted to win too, but I didn't want them to lose. I wanted them to feel as if it was a fair transaction. I was not trying to beat them down to the tiny smallest amount of profit for them. I wanted them to feel like it was a fair transaction, and therefore that's the people skills we're talking about here. And then finally, my mindset. I had to go through I don't know how many phone calls I made when I was there in San Francisco. I must have made 100, 200 phone calls, and almost all of them were rejections. No, 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 no. How do you handle rejection when people are rejecting you right and left? I only had 3 days, so I had to have a lot of rejections because I knew if I had 100 rejections, I was going to get one yes. And I did get one yes. Matter of fact, I not only got one yes, I not only bought one property in 72 hours, I bought seven properties in 57 hours. Because when you have the right system and the right people skills and the right mindset skills, you can do almost anything. And so that was my goal. At that point, I wanted to use my people skills. And so when it comes to trading, oh, by the way, these are all the books that I've read on people skills. You know, there are a few in there that I think are fantastic. The book Influence by Cialdini, that's a book you should all read. But I studied, I learned it. I had to pick it up. I had to learn systems. There's a system for persuasion. There's a system. What you say first and what you say second. Um, how you say it and who you say it to. There's a whole system about persuasion, which I was good at in San Francisco. But it took me a lot of practice in order to get that right. Here's the book I would highly recommend for you. Mindset skills. How do you think? You know, it's the right brain skills that are important when it comes to your mindset skills. And so these are two books you should read. The Think and Grow Rich book, you all probably have read. There are 13 principles of wealth that he talks about in Think and Grow Rich. And my 4 maps of happy, successful people, I boil it down to just four fundamental skills. And as I said earlier, this is my gift to you. You get a copy of the 4 maps of happy, successful people. It's a wonderful, powerful book. It changes lives. So I hope you will realize that these 3 skills are important for you to succeed in multiple streams of income. Which of these skills do you think is most important? I mean, which one should you really, really, really be good at? And when I ask audiences around the world to point to the one they think is the most important, the vast majority of people will say that mindset is more important. And in my persuasion, my opinion, I think systems are important, but they're about 10% of the deal because you can pick up a system by reading a book. People skills is a little harder because you have to talk to real people. Mindset skills, it's how do you follow through? How do you get yourself organized? How do you persuade yourself, let alone persuading other people? How do you follow through? How do you do it consistently over long periods of time? Most people don't have the courage to do it. It's hard. That's why I think mindset skills are the most important. And I think that wealth is all about mindset. So the clarity questions when it comes to mindset is to get really clear on these 7 questions. What do you really want? And get really specific. And if, for example, suppose you wanted to make money in trading, for example, that was one stream of income you wanted to be an expert in. Well, how much money do you have to invest? And what do you want that investment to grow into? And what's the timeline you're going to set? So let's suppose you had 100,000 Sing dollars that you wanted to invest, and how soon do you want to double that? Well, could you double it in a year? Well, you might take a while to learn the system and practice it and have some mistakes at first. I don't know if you could do it in a year. Caden will tell you what he thinks might be realistic, but we can't give you projections. We can't promise you what numbers would be. That's just not wise. But maybe you need to set a deadline. You say, okay, 3 years from now, I want to learn how to double my money. How would I do it? Well, I now have a deadline. The 3 years from now, today's date, pick today's date, and then go 3 years out. And so by that date, I want to turn my 100,000 into 200,000. And then if you've done it in 3 years, then probably the next time would be easier. So maybe you could do that again in the next year. But first you have to start off with a clear idea of what you want, and then add to that some other questions. When do you want it? I just told you 3 years from now. I'm making this up as if this was what you wanted, but I don't know what you want. So you have to be willing to decide, what date do I want to set for myself? And then where do I want to be when I do this? What kind of dream lifestyle do I want to live? And where will I be living that dream lifestyle? How much do I want? How much of the numbers? What are the numbers attached to it? Who will help me get it? And you're not going to do this by yourself. You can read books and do it. Yes, you can. But it's more than you're just smarter to really work with a real pro who knows what they're doing. And why do you want to succeed at this? What's important to you? Your family, your freedom. What is important? What's so important that you want that extra money to help fund it? And then finally, okay, how will you get it? What's the system? How are you going to do it? Right? So these are 7 questions you should ask yourself regularly, and they are found in this book, the 4 Maps of Happy Successful People. You're going to be drawing 4 pictures. Yes, you're going to draw 4 little pictures. And they look complicated here. But when you read the book, it'll show you how easy these pictures are to draw. And when you draw something, it touches a different part of your soul, your brain. Most left brain ideas, most of us are very right brain. We're 2/3 of us are right brain. Therefore, when I teach you systems and techniques and strategies, they're usually left brain, especially when it comes to trading. And so I need you to literally tap into that powerful part of you, that visual part of you, for you to imagine things and the things you do to achieve the wealth you're trying to achieve, you're trying to go for. What do I really want? What could stop or help me? How do I prepare? And how do I get there? That bottom map is, how do you organize your life? How do you organize your systems? And so I want you to declare with me that you want to be financially independent. Here in America, we have the Declaration of Independence, July 4th, 1776. This is your Declaration of Independence. You're tired of working for money. It's time to learn how to make money work for me. I'm ready to discover my personal plan of success. In fact, in this 2-day event, you're going to hear lots of people give you lots of different ideas. Turn on your intuition and say, which one of these systems do you think would fit for me? And within 90 days, I want you to be using that system. And if you feel that you're willing to commit to that, then take your finger and draw on the computer screen right now your name, sign it to it. And now you've made a declaration, at least to yourself, that this has got to happen. There's 2 kinds of money that you're going to be making, what I call linear money and residual money. And most people create the wrong kind of money. They create money flowing into their bathtub. And the bathtub theory of economics says, in order for me to be overflowing and with abundance, I need to plug the leaks in the bottom of my bathtub, and I have to turn on faucets so that the wealth overflows into my life, right? And so there are linear streams. That means where you work once and get paid once, and then you got to go out again and go get another sale. You have to keep selling over and over and over again. You buy a piece of real estate and you fix it up and sell it. Okay, you got the money, but did that give you a stream of income? No, I have to go do it again. And therefore, it's not residual. And what I call the residual streams of income are where you work once and get paid for forever. And there are very few businesses that will do this. Most businesses require you to be there. And you don't want, eventually you want to be able to step out of your business and have the streams of income sent to you. And that's what I call residual. And it's a way of thinking. You don't want to be going to work every day at a job to get a linear check. You don't want to be going to work every day to make your business survive. That's linear. You don't want to do that. You want to do residual, whereas passive income, that's money that flows into you while you're sleeping. And that's harder to do. And yet, even the way Caden teaches trading, sometimes you make your decisions, the options have been set. Sometimes those options will go for several weeks, a month, several months, even a year. But the point is, I made the decision. Now I just got to wait till the time in which I sell to make my profit. And it doesn't require you to be there every day. Most businesses, you have to be there every day. You don't want to do that, right? You want to have residuals. As what Warren Buffett said, if you don't find a way to make money while you sleep, you'll work till you die. And I want you to have money while you sleep. When you wake up in the morning, this is your mattress, right? So, what is the difference between a linear dollar and a residual dollar? Well, they look the same, don't they? A linear dollar, but you only get one of them. But in a residual stream of income, you get hundreds of them. In other words, every linear dollar, when you work for and only earn one at a time, is worth 200, or every residual dollar is worth 200 times a linear dollar. In other words, it's so much more valuable. It's worth 200 times. And therefore you got to learn the systems for how to earn that. And so the formula for passive income, I talk about it in multiple streams of income. It's how to generate a lifetime of unlimited wealth. There are 10 residual streams of income. I talk about that in this book. And there's a formula. It's called the money tree formula. And this is what it looks like. And in the short time I have to share with you, these 9 fundamentals fit the streams of income you're going to be learning about here today. How to have multiple streams of income for just one business. How to have outstanding products, no money, employee need, no employees, yield is high, the trend is growing. All of these fundamentals can be learned with the systems you're going to learn here in these 2 days. And the most important one is that residual stream. I want you to have your very own money tree. When you plant the seed, it grows a tree, and the tree continues to generate wealth while you sleep. You're constantly learning how to generate a money tree. And when you generate a money tree, it goes on forever. You don't have to, well, you have to keep, working on it and pruning it and fertilizing it. But you can hire people to do that with a money tree. And this is what we want to teach you in this 2-day event. How do you create money trees, right? Have an orchard of money trees. Every time you have multiple stocks that you're following, it's an orchard of money trees, really. And so just imagine what it's like to pick your fruit from your money tree. And I've just shared with you 3 money trees that you're all going to be learning here today. And my job today is just to expand your mind to not only the possibility, but the necessity of having multiple streams of income. Because when I came back from Japan, as I told you, when COVID was starting, I'm speaking around the world. I'm going to Russia, China, Japan, Singapore, South Africa, UK, Italy. Guess what happened to my speaking business? It died. Done. I had to relaunch it on Zoom. And that was a good thing because I found it was even more profitable on Zoom than it had been traveling all around the world. But it took 6 months to get things back up to speed because I had other streams of income. I was okay. I was safe. So I'm going to challenge you to buy at least 2 properties a year for the next 10 years. Do that. Get your business. Start at least 1 new business stream per year for the next 10 years. And when it comes to trading, double your money. Well, I don't know, it might take it a year, but double your money, a year, 2 years, 3 years, figure out a date and just say, I got to learn the system for doing that, right? So when you go to my book, Multiple Streams of Income, here we go. Double your money in the market, how to multiply your investment dollars. I am 100% in agreement with the Caden. You need multiple streams of income. You just do. And one of the streams of income should be trading, period. You got to learn how to do it. And because one day you're going to sell all your real estate. And then what are you going to do? Where's that money going to go? And it's going to go into trading. So you got to learn how to do that. And so the mindset of a trader, Hayden's going to teach you, how do you trade with real money when the markets can be so volatile? You got to learn the mindset of a trader. And so, my friends, I could spend a lot of time going into more and more detail about multiple streams of income, but the truth is, make the decision that you want multiple streams of income. Make the decision that you want residual streams of income So you can run that stream with very little time, and then make the decision to have to find a mentor, someone who knows what they're doing, so that they can guide you through the learning curve. When things are really bad, when you're going through a learning curve, you're making mistakes, and the mistakes can be horrible. So that's my advice to all of you here tonight. I wish you well. And Caden, congratulations for putting this event together. I'm so proud of you for doing it. And my best to all of you. God bless.
Thank you, Robert. Before Robert goes off and for his resting time, there is actually one very important question that I want to ask Robert. By the way, in case some of you do not really know Robert very well, Robert is really a huge giant in the speaking as well as the real estate investment industry. And I'm 52 this year, and he's really much my senior. And I always look upon him as someone that I could learn from. Like for example, mindset. Now, just from the word mindset, it appears to be quite simple, but actually it's not. If the mindset doesn't change, nothing's changed. Action doesn't change, and then results doesn't change. So there's just one important question. Is actually a personal question of mine.
Yes.
Robert, turning back time, if there is one advice you will give to our audience who wishes to retire earlier with more money and happier, what advice will you give them?
Write that goal down every day. We are distracted with so many things every day, and we have hundreds of opportunities every day. And it seems as if some of the opportunities are better than others. And so we're distracted to start all over again. And so, compound interest, you know what it's like. It starts off slow at first, and the rates of return, the profits don't look like they're piling up like they should. And therefore, most of us are very impatient. And therefore, we want to make it now. And therefore, if it doesn't happen in a week or two or a month or two, we quit and we go find something else to do. And that means we have to restart the compound interest chart all over again. We have to go right back to zero with a brand new thing. I would prefer you pick something and become a real expert at it. As they say, it takes 10,000 hours to be a real expert. I'm going to bet, Caden, you put in 10,000 hours in the trading market, haven't you?
Yeah, many years, 27 years actually.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly. And so he's a pro at it, but some of you're just beginning. You've put in 2 hours, 5 hours. You've read maybe one book. You've dabbled. Most people are dabblers. Don't dabble. Don't dabble. Make a decision that this is one vehicle I'm going to select, and I'm going to learn whatever it takes through the learning curve. You start off here, and you usually go down as you learn and make a few mistakes until you finally get to the other side of the learning curve, until now you've got some expertise, some experience under your belt. And so when it comes to focusing, I'm going to challenge that you only focus on three fundamental different ways of making money. Now, when Steve Jobs was running Apple, he was when he ran Apple, they launched one computer, and it was very successful. And then they launched some more computers, but basically it was just one product line. And then when they kicked him out, they literally threw him out of the company, and he was gone for 10 years. And when they finally brought him back, the first thing he did was the corporate, genius that they had hired to be the president of Apple had launched all kinds of different product lines. And the first thing Steve Jobs did is he stopped all of these other product lines. He said, we can't have, you can't be perfect, you can't be good if you're trying to do so many streams of income. You just can't be good at it. You have to focus. And that's exactly what they did with Apple. Apple was almost bankrupt. And now it is the most valuable company in the world. And why? Because every year they would get together and have a meeting with all of his top 100 people. He chose these top 100 people to have a private meeting with them, a retreat. And during that retreat, he said, okay, what are the products that Apple should be doing next year? And they had an argument. They fought. to make a list of 10 products that they all should be willing to do. And they fought and they prioritize what should be one, what should be two, what should be three, what should be 7, 8, 9, 10. And when he was finished with the meeting, he took his pen out and he crossed the bottom 7 off. And he said, we can only do these 3. And we only do these 3 when we want to be insanely great at these 3. And therefore, my advice to you, you want to create wealth in your life, I do recommend you do have 3 streams of income. It seems like that's not focusing, but you can manage 3. You can. But you can't manage 4 or 5 or 6 or 10 or 20. You focus 3 and say no to the others until you've accomplished one of those 3 within a 5-year period of time. Then you can replace it with the one that was 4 on the list. But you're always focusing on 3. One that give maybe 75% of your time is on one of them, and maybe 25% of your time is on another, and maybe 10 or 15% of your time is on a third one for just doing some reading and studying. But on one, you got to make money in that one stream of income that year. You just set that as a goal. This year, I've got to bring money in the door, period. How do I do that? And so that's a long answer for you, Caden, but it's focus. Find 3, focus, put in your 10,000 hours, and it may take you 5 years to do that. But the more you know, the more you're willing to take action on, the wealthier you become.
Yeah, thank you so much, Robert. Before we let Robert off, just to let you know that Robert was really, really kind because it caught me by surprise and he emailed me the soft copy called the 4 Maps of Happy, Successful People. I think one of the most important things is other than being wealthy, healthy, we want to be happy. We wouldn't want to be rich. Yeah, rich and sad. Yeah, that's really a sad thing. Yeah, so I have the English version, and interestingly, I even have the Chinese version. Yeah, I have 3 copies. So what I will do is early next week, not it's Saturday, Sunday, maybe Tuesday, I'll email out strictly for those people who have joined our event. Because I have an email address, and then I'm going to email all to you, and all the credit goes to Robert G. Allen. Now, by the way,
this is my gift to you. You can share with a few family members, but please don't sell it to anybody else. This is my gift to you because Caden is my great friend. When he invited me, as soon as I saw his name in an email, oh, Caden, oh, you're love to help any way I can.
Thank you so much, Robert, for joining us today. So, ladies and gentlemen, even though I cannot hear your applause, can we all give Robert a huge round of applause, please? Yay! Thank you, Robert. Robert, I hope to see you soon next year if you're back in Singapore, and I wish you good health. Thanks for joining us again this morning.
Investify.
Thank you. Bye-bye. Yeah, so that was Robert G. Allen, which is one of my role models. Yeah, I'm really happy to see him. Just to give you a bit of context, the last time I saw Robert was, I think, about 7, 8 years ago. That was before the pandemic. And before the pandemic, we can really sit in class. And I still remember one of the classes were conducted in Japan, and I was just sitting right inside, and then Robert G. Allen was just there talking to the Japanese together with a translator. So I enjoy hearing his voice. All the stuff that he teach are workable. And he liked to tell stories, give analogies, and put things into a very simple context. Even though for the past maybe 45 minutes, he said things in a very simple way, but just to let you know that we have to fully embrace this, because he said people skill, the system skill. I think that there's one more, which is the mindset. Yeah, so proven system, people skill, and the mindset is very important, which is why in the subsequent speakers, they are going to share with you their proven system, which has worked for them, their people skill, as well as their mindset. Yeah. Now, before I introduce the next speaker, let me just come back to this slide over here. I just want to share my slide. Yeah. Now, this is the book that I will email out, and it's titled The 4 Maps of Happy, Successful People. I mean, around my age, I think it's important for us to be happy. I think when we are young, maybe you just wanted money, but as we go older, fulfillment and happiness is pretty important. So let's go back to a quick summary of what Robert G. Allen has said. Now, Robert has given a very long answer to the question that I said, but eventually he said us to stay focused. Focus on three things, do very well for one thing. And of course, he also talks about the importance of having residual. And for us, Singaporeans usually call it passive income. So what's going to happen is in the next 5 minutes, I'm going to share with you what is the proven system, at least that's created by Columbia Business School, one of the Ivy League school in the world, and how to generate 3 sources of passive or residual income via capital gain, dividends, as well as selling of options. By the way, just to let you know that I'm a value investor, I don't really, I don't really trade. There's a bit of echo, right? Okay, got it. So just to let you know that I'm not a trader, I'm a value investor. So there's a huge distinction between a value investor and trader. So now as I see stocks as a business and I invest in it, hold it for long term and let it generate residual and passive income for me. So how do you learn the proven system created by the late professor, and his name is called Benjamin Graham. Just scribble a bit. And he started this system since 1920s. Right now it's 2024. In other words, this system has been working for the past 104 years or so. So I was fortunate to be at Columbia Business School to learn this proven system created by the late Professor Benjamin Graham. Now, just to let you know that there are 2 dates of our upcoming masterclasses, because it's quite difficult to cover in detail in this investify symposium. So there are 2 dates, which is the 30th of Jan as well as 31st of Jan, Tuesday, Wednesday. And do take note, this is an on-site event. I want to see you. Humans just need to see each other. And the starting time is 7 p.m. to 10 p.m. Because it's an on-site class, it's really constrained by our space. So there's limited seats over there. You can see, in the chat, you can see there are already 2 links that are being posted. You just need to choose anyone because both are the same. So you just need to register as I speak, right? You just register, click name, mobile phone, email address. Once you're registered on that day itself, that means on the 30th or 31st, upon coming to our office at the registration table, my staff will pass you 2 documents to kickstart your journey to have residual or passive income. One is actually a guide to how to invest in Straits Times Index Fund, STI fund or ETF. The other one is to invest in S&P 500, which is actually a recommendation by the #1 investor of all time, and his name is called Warren Buffett. So we'll pass you a hard copy, step by step, how to kickstart your journey. So that's upon physically appearing at our office. So that's one. And then the second thing is you will sit through 3 hours of our masterclass. It's totally complimentary. And I'll share with you how to generate 3 sources of passive income, which is the residual income that Robert G. Allen has spoke about. And you can invest with minimal capital. When I say minimum, I'm talking about Sing dollars, $100 per month. And of course, this is the interesting part. This is the one where I talk about option selling. And by the way, Warren Buffett sells option. He doesn't trade option. This is the one that actually we literally print cash on a weekly basis, on a monthly basis for the rest of your life. 3 sources of residual or passive income. And then at the end of the masterclass, I'm going to pass you a hard copy, not soft copy, hard copy of one of my best-selling books, which is called Value Investing Simplified on Amazon. Is being sold at $25. Not only that, we're going to pass you a $10 Starbucks gift card, and inside is a stock value of $10. So in other words, you can actually use the Starbucks card to, buy coffee. Coffee is on me. So my book is highly recommended by Lauren Templeton. She's also has written the foreword, and you can see here, I highly recommend Caden's book. And by the way, Lauren Templeton is going to speak tomorrow, and she's a professional fund manager. So by the way, I didn't pay her to say all this. So all this are said because she wanted to, and she really truly believes in what we are doing. And the best part is if you bring 1 friend or 2 friends, your friend will receive the book and the $10 Starbucks gift card. And for you, because you make an effort to bring your friends, you'll receive a $20 worth of NTUC voucher as well as a $20 worth of a movie ticket voucher. Wow. So investment rule number 1, never lose money. So this one, zero risk, high return. So let me just summarize. So remember, register. Just click on the link. It is being posted on the chat right now. Let me just do a double check. Okay, you can see over here. So once you're registered, we'll reach out to you this coming Monday. And again, if you appear on that day itself on site, right, we will pass you 2 printed copies step by step on how to invest in 2 types of ETF. One is called Straits Time Index, and the other one is called S&P 500. Then you sit through the class with us, yeah, where we share with you point number 1, number 2, number 3, and of course, at the end of the session, we'll open up a counter where we will pass you a book, $10 Starbucks gift card, and if you bring your friend will receive the book, Starbucks gift card, and for you, you'll receive an additional NTUC voucher as well as a GV ticket voucher. Well, it's not easy for me to, say this at one go, quite strong. Just to let you know that in front of me, I have like 2 glasses of water. Okay, so I'm going to buy you some time to register for the next 1 minute before I introduce to you the next amazing speaker. So as you register, maybe I just want to let you know that the Robert G. Allen started off being a property investor. Yeah, property investor. And one of his passion is, other than investing in properties, he also like to teach. Yeah, so I teach. Some people are just born teachers. Yeah, for example, my 2 girls, go to school, and some teachers are really passionate in what they do. It can be physics, chemistry, it can be whatsoever. Yeah, but I'm not so good in property, unfortunately. Yeah, otherwise I would call Robert G. Allen my Sifu, right? Yeah. But having said that, Robert G. Allen has really made a huge impact in my life. I can give you one example while you're registering. Yeah. So remember, I told you he wrote this book called Multiple Streams of Income. Yeah. So during my era, I'm not very sure about you, I graduated from National University of Singapore, actually with 3 degrees, 2 bachelor degree and 1 master degree. So my mentality and mindset, yeah, Robert G. Allen specifically talked about mindset. My mindset was, okay, I have these 3 degrees, I use these 3 degrees, get into a very nice job, and then I make 1 stream of income. And hopefully this 1 stream of income is a very huge stream. Neither did I know that when I started working for a few years, I met some friends who are self-employed. For example, they're insurance agent, they're real estate agent, they're business owners. Yeah, and they have a lesser paper qualification than me. So I thought I got 3 degrees, I thought them good, right? Yeah, but I realized that the amount of income that they make, they are at least 5 times more than me. Yeah, so that was the time that it's really a wake-up call that I really need to consider adjusting my mentality. That having 1 stream, I don't think it's enough. Yeah, so that's why I'm on a journey of being a value investor. But of course, initially I made a lot of mistakes. So he said 10,000 hours, I spent about 27 years. Yeah. Okay, so I suppose you would have already registered for the masterclass over here. Yeah, so I'm going to introduce to you the next speaker, and that is going to be aligned with what Robert G. Allen is saying, because Robert G. Allen is a property investor. Now, just to let you know that I'm really not a property person. Yeah, the last time I helped some properties, that was way back, maybe about 10 years ago, when I co-owned 3 US properties, of course, in US. Yeah, after that, I realized I think it's not for me. So eventually I exited. Yeah, but of course, across the years, I met some really brilliant guy who can do a better job than me. So I think I better stick to just value investing. And for those people who are good in property, I think they stick to what they do. So it's important we have a focus. So I think along the way, being a speaker, being a value investor, I have an opportunity to network with many people. And it's just through a recommendation of a good friend of mine, I got to know Ernie Ong. Yeah, let me introduce who he is first, and take note of the last part. Last part is mind blown. Mind blown, huh? Yeah. So I just want to introduce to you Ernie Ong. Ernie Ong is the co-founder of Proptiply. I suppose Proptiply stands for property and multiply, I suppose. Okay, I'm just guessing. Yeah, so investify is invest and then diversify. Wow, very similar, right? Yeah, so I just got to know Ernie about a couple of years ago. He's really a down-to-earth and to me, down-to-earth and people with a good integrity is very important. And of course, I happened to tune into his class, and immediately I was attracted to his humility and his ability to make things fun, and simple. And let me share with you his background, right? Just to let you know that Ernie comes from a really humble background. He's a loving husband to Jeline, and then a father of 2 wonderful daughters. Coincidence, I also have 2 daughters. Yeah. And A Propertyply is a property education company that empowers students with a focus on teaching them how to build cash flow by leveraging other people's resources and scaling up. So usually the common mindset, or maybe the wrong mindset, is, oh, investing require a lot of money. Yeah, but the interesting thing that we need to give a twist that's not taught in school, right? How to tap on other people's resources. And then not only that, you scale up. That's the most amazing part. Yeah, so he started off living in a 3-room HDB flat to owning a landed property by himself, and of course, subsequently owned another one under his wife's name. But most importantly, he has helped many of the students to achieve similar feat. I mean, sometimes we can be successful ourselves, but most important thing is you want to share what you do. This is the one that really is a huge, pleasant surprise. Yeah. If you look at the last sentence, right? Yeah, he has shared with me, right, that he was able to build an 8-figure business. 8-figure, that means, let me see, right, 7 is million, so now it's 10 million. Yeah, while overseeing not 1, not 2, right, but 400 plus properties in Singapore. Yeah. So today, right, Ernie is going to share with us how you can do exactly the same, and how you can accelerate the property journey using other people's resources in case your resources is not so much. Yep, with that, so ladies and gentlemen, can we put our hands together? Yep, and welcome Mr. Ernie Ong. He's already in our VIA studio right now. I'm going to stop share. Yeah, so...
All right, Kaden, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you finally. You're here. Thanks for coming on time. Yeah, good to see you again.
Thanks for having me here. I'm very happy to be invited in this event, and happy to see so many people dialing in to learn from different cultures. Really happy to be here today.
Okay, thank you. So I shall hand over my airtime to you. Just need Fidel to make sure that the timer is on.
Just let me set up this thing. Everybody just give me a while. Let me set it up. Fidel. Everybody just give me a second. Just let me... Just give me a second. Okay. All good. All good. All right. Hey, good morning, everybody. We're very happy to be invited by Cadence to really come in here to share a bit of my personal journey. Just a quick introduction. My name is Ernie. I've been doing properties related industry for more than a decade. I didn't really start off immediately into this property industry itself. You know, I met up with Cadence months ago, and then we actually started chatting about these events. I'm very excited to be coming to share with you very small nuggets of things that I've done in my journey. I've been doing a few assets class in properties, including residential, commercial, industrial, and now also into co-living space. But today, I want to pick up the topics that I think is all very closely knitted to everybody's hearts. It's really about each individual residential properties. And that was a journey that I thought, it's some things I really want to share. It's get accelerated, right, in terms of personal property journey in the residential space itself. And that was the reason why it stated here, residential accelerations. I want to accelerate the journey. How can I get it faster? And that's where I want to kickstart in this sharing. Before I kickstart, just a simple disclaimer. Whatever things I'm going to share with you is really just information in terms of things that I've been doing. If you need any advice, please speak to expertise before you take any actions from here. And also a very simple grounds setups. You know, I want to share 100% of what I've been doing. And it means that full transparency. And I believe that there's no right or wrong because I'm just sharing my truth and 100% my truth. There shouldn't be any judgment between you and me. It's just about sharing for today. So a quick introduction about myself or how I really got started. You know, the beautiful lady that stands beside me, her name is Jolene. I'm very blessed to marry her. She's my business partner, she's my life partner, and she's everything. I have 2 lovely girls, 12 and 9 years old this year. I didn't kick off immediately into property industry. I started off my career as a salesperson in the telco and eventually ended my career in the IT industry. However, when my firstborn is here, I started to think about, hey, I really need to start planning of building assets. I looked for a lot of stuff, and eventually I found that, hey, property actually suit me the best. So I started my first property purchase, which is my first HDB in 2009. So very, very excited, and I thought I want to continue to scale up, buy more properties in my journey, and I start doing that. All right, and I start using the methods that I thought is correct until I'm being burnt out. I don't have clarity about one thing's called scaling up. It is tough, and I will share with you shortly what are the things that's gone through with me in my journey until I decided to let's get clarity in my journey. I moved around to travels to overseas to attend programs, listening to podcasts, reading more books, any things that you can refer to related to property investing probably are there to learn some of the skill sets from there. And I'm very fortunate to pick some of the details and I applied it in Singapore context. And that's eventually how I scale. And to the level where during my peak periods, I managed to own about 20 plus property, whether it's in residential, commercial, industrial property. I sold some in 2023. I still have some overseas property. And I also went into the property management business where I manage about 400 co-living units in Singapore. And that's how I actually move on to scale up my property journey itself. However, now, like 8 years ago, I'm pretty much similar to most of the people. Reason because, when I first, 8 years ago, I still stay in HDB. And during that time when I first started, a lot of people tell me that HDB is good. And I do strongly believe that it's really good because HDB really saved my life. It was a journey where a lot of things have changed. And the lady that I flash on these slides, this lovely lady, she's my mom. However, she actually gone through a very tough journey. As a very big size lady, 84 kilo, she actually lost to 34 kilo within a year because of muscle dystrophy. She lost all her muscle strength. She couldn't go to the bathroom. She had to be supported by big pants. And things have changed for the family and for the journey that started. It means that at age 13, my family have gone through whether is it mentally or financially challenged, and things have started to change. My mom medical bills shoot up. It becomes like 4,000 plus a month. However, there's a lot of illness that come forwards to her, like rheumatic arthritis, diabetics, many things that you can refer, and she suffered a lot in the journey. She passed on at a very young age of 49 after 16 years of the illness battle. But I want to share with you in the sense where when she first diagnosed with that journey in terms of the illness, the whole financial angles of the family start to change. And it means that a young boy of 12 years old during that time, I'm being forced to go into the environments to, hey, how can I survive? I'm very, very fortunate to eventually pick up some of the time jobs. And eventually I become a newspaper boy for a good 7 years. So I deliver newspaper every day, except on the first day of Chinese New Year. I still remember that in my heart because it's tough, waking up at 4:30 a.m., distributing at 5 a.m., and eventually at 6:30 a.m., I go back to school. So this thing carried for a good 7 years before I go to national service. So this is the journey that when I start to look back, if a person like me from a very humble family, I guess everybody will probably have their own journey of how they started. But people like me who've gone through this humble space, if I have a chance to really change my ways of how life to be made, right? Then why not everybody? And I start to look back into, after speaking to thousands of people, I start to understand one thing. A lot of people are not able to move one step forwards. It's because of the clarity that they have. Might not have the clarity of what to do in their individual life. And that was the reason why this thing kept leaping off, right? Whether is it working professionally and just keep going on. So this is where I know that, okay, and I start to have more clarity on my journey. I want to decided to spend, I want to spend more time with my kids, especially when they came here. I have two lovely ones. So my goal is very simple. How can I spend more quality times with my loved one? and eventually doesn't want them to go through what I've gone through. And that was the intentions that I have. And as such, I want to move on to buy assets and eventually scale up my properties. I choose property because I find that it's stable for me and it suits my lifestyle. And I decided to move forwards to achieve it. Being as a salesperson, during that time, when I decided to focus a lot in property, I decided to use a method which is, I guess most of the people are using it, is to work very, very hard and save a lot of money. I remember I work hard, and being a salesperson, my commissions, I save about 65% of my income. I managed to make some changes in my property during the time. I had one HDB and eventually two condo, and eventually I bought two overseas property. And at the moments, I still remember, I felt that I'm totally in the right place. There's one thing that it didn't kick off, right, which is cash flow. I don't have cash flow that is coming in, and I'm being trapped. Even though my portfolio grow, I can't bump my wife out of that race, and we are totally couldn't buy our freedoms based on what we really want. So that was a journey that it got started. However, I'm someone that really puzzled about, hey, how does this all the experts actually scale their property portfolio? So I went on to look for a lot of answer. I attended a lot of programs. I travel. I just want to search for an answer that I can truly apply in Singapore. So I went on to attend programs, and there's one gentleman that came to me and eventually changes the whole thoughts of my ways of approach in Singapore properties itself, right? And eventually, Robert Kiyosaki, the authors of Rich Dad Poor Dad, we mentioned about things, right? Getting rich is really about unlocking the power of other people's resources, leveraging OPR and not just your own. So this thing hit me, right? This thing hit me because I have not been using the right methodology. I've been using a method of savings. And as such, there's limitations of my resources and I can't skip and I can't scale. So once I have the clarity of what I can do, I decided to put on into practice. I bring it down into Singapore context. How can I apply it into my residential property and eventually to scale up from there? So I start to apply for that, but it was extremely uncomfortable, super uncomfortable, because I was being brought up in a family teaching me you shouldn't go into debts. You must clear all the debts and eventually save a lot of money. So it was very uncomfortable in the approach. However, I still do it. I speak to a lot of people, sharing with them the journey of how to use OPR as a framework. And I found that, a lot of things that doesn't really work in my life is actually all in my head one. It was created by me, not by anyone else. So eventually I start to speak to more people, and I thought that people will eventually shun me away. However, it turns the other way around. A lot of people start to come forward and say, thank you so much, Ernie. Thanks for sharing with me openly of how you have been doing this thing about scaling your properties. And that was a journey, and that actually triggered me a thoughts of eventually finding the greatest purpose in my life. And in 2019, I started multiply, right? I start transforming life through education, and my objective is very straightforward. I want to empower the students, scaling their property portfolios, and eventually let them create freedoms. So I speak to a lot of people, and eventually I continues to apply what I do. And as of today, I sold off Jolene HDB and both our condo. So I own a landed today, and Jolene is completing her landed purchase this year, and eventually continues to move on into other assets class like industrial, commercial, and now managing a co-living space of 400 plus in Singapore and also for 50 plus unit in Malaysia. Of course, I still continues to move on in my overseas journey. But the clarity about most of the people that always ask me, Ernie, if I have a chance, then where should I start first? It's always the very basic things that I always say, go and settle your residential property first. Because every Singaporeans, we are given a golden tickets to do one thing, to buy a properties without ABSD. So that's the very first things that everybody should kick off with. So when I continues to scale my space, I'm very fortunate to be featured in some of the media release by HProp, sharing me how I've been scaling up my property journey back in Asia, blogger post saying that how can I use properties to build cash flow. The Age talking about how I manage the whole buildings in Pasir Panjang's assets light model, and also in other topics like financial journey for the young one. So sharing with them, how do I actually share my journey with my kids, right, in Straits Times, attending a lot of radio station like 89.3 Money FM, talking about the booming properties trend in Singapore, attending multiple supports to CNA 938, and of course, Xinmin Daily, a lot more in business time, and also overseas South China Morning Post, right? So this is really a very quick introduction about myself, and really thank you so much for having me here to share with you more things from here, right? So now, just a quick tip for everybody. Everybody will definitely have these questions because I spoke to so many people. I always ask them this thing. If you do not have the limitations of resources, meaning whether is it cash, loan, or whatever things, would you buy property, especially residential property? I have a very good conversation, and a lot of them will probably say yes to me. And the only person that always say no is usually because they are worried about resources, about cash and anything else. But after speaking to so many people, about 1,000 plus Singaporeans, I realized that, almost all of our dreams, achieving to buy properties, they are pretty much the same. They are pretty much the same problems that they have, and the result why they are not taking actions and why not buying properties. So as such, after getting all the data I have, Singaporeans' number one goals that most of them I've spoken to is to have financial freedoms. But financial freedoms have many journey, right? Have many products that you can focus in. To me, I decided to use property as an angle, and most of the people as an individual, whether you are single, a lot of them want to buy one private residential property in their journey, or couple, they hope to buy two, at least to use up their purchase without ABSD, and they hopes to purchase two private residential properties. And because the dreams are the same for most of the people, and it also means problems that they face are probably much the same, right? Because it's like a funnel, right? Everybody speak to me, share with me the problems, eventually share with me the dreams, but the problems are pretty much the same, right? They definitely wish to have that, but the challenge is one thing. Price of the property move too fast, right? You take a look at this thing, property price has skyrockets since 1970s. It means that even during the financial challenges like 1984, the oil crisis, 1997's financial crisis, 2008, or even COVID 2020, for example. Even though with all these crises that came in, there's always a small dip, probably about 6 months to a year. But what happened? Price moved to the next higher. It continues to keep moving. So the first biggest problem for most of the Singaporeans, people that I've spoken to, is the property price moved too fast that their salary could no longer catch it anymore. All right. I would like to check with you if you have that kind of feeling. All right. It might be really the biggest problem that most of the people are really concerned, because the increment of salary are not able to catch up on the movement itself. So if I look back in 2014, I enjoy my morning breakfast in Kopitiam, right? I still remember 2014. I probably can get $1 coffee in 2014, and as of today, you probably have to pay at $1.50. The price has shift, right? But it's mainly because of one thing, which is many inflations. Over the past 10 years, it probably much move about 50 over percent. But this 50 over percent, let's take a look at this thing. If a person like me who know that buying property as an asset, inflation will be your best friend ever in life, because they shift the property price, but with some conditions behind to support it, which is checklists like power systems and everything, right? With a good list, with the inflations that's moving up together, if you are someone's buying this kind of assets class, you're probably going to enjoy a lot. And you don't really worry about things that, the livelihoods things that's happening. However, if people are really working as earning through active income, inflation will happen. You will eventually hurt them a lot because their dollar value drops a fair bit. They no longer be able to buy things that they want, and this thing will affect them. So now, being as a property guy, inflation is my best friend. I just need to understand how I can put in inflations into the context and let the property move by itself, right? And all these things is supported by a lot of back-end supported structure. And one of the key things that I see is that we are very blessed to have a very successful and capable governments. They have been doing so much things to make Singapore so attractive, where they increase the demand so much with not much supply that we have because of land scarcity. It start to mix both together with good demand, with good inflation, the property price start to move like crazy. Right? This is actually the formulas that I see and it start to move. And if this trend continues to go, right, let's take a look at this thing. Do you think that most of the time inflation will continue to move, or there'll be a possibility of deflation? On personal level, I really doubt that it's tough, right? Because inflation itself are things that you make changes in property price. Example, the cost of material like steel, cement, sands, professional service from civil engineer, architects, all these things, price will continue to get more expensive. And recently, with the increments of GST, I believe that the property price will shift to the next hike, all right, in just a matter of time, right? So these are really things that keep most of the people worried on the first biggest problem. But more importantly, what will you do? A lot of people that when they see this thing, first immediately they speak to me is, Ernie, I know this thing, I like the concept, I don't have money, right? It's all about resources, I don't have money. But it's really about understanding about how to really get this thing to move it using the OPR strategy. But for me, right, once I have clarity, I continue to scale up my property assets. And what I did, I just take actions. I still remember I took this picture on 14th of Feb last year on Valentine's Day. And this Valentine's Day, I took a pictures and I sent it to my wife and say, hey baby, right, this is for you. I hope that you like to stay this place, right? So it's on 14th of Feb, and I still remember it was a very good event. I'm very happy for my wife that hey, I managed to get the sets I won. However, day itself is another cooling measure on the buyer's stamp duty. And because of things that I've done, I managed to save about 50 over thousand buyer's stamp duty. But if you take a look after that, on 27 April, there's a lot of cooling measure continue to come in, like the ABSD, raising from all the percentage itself. And these are really things that is telling you if the property price moves so much that even the authority really, really wants to cool it off, right? So this is really a sign that this is an asset that's going to continue to move. All right. And the second problem that most of the people that I've spoken to, they are really, really worried about, okay, I like the property, even I have the cash, but what about the loan part? Property price has shifted so much, and no matter how hard I'm going to work, my active income might not be able to what? To get loans from the banks. So that was the second biggest things that they are worried. And if you take a look into all the experts that's in the markets, even like Robert Kiyosaki, he said this thing, I have 1.2 billion debts. But for me, right, I definitely look into the assets that I've been building. Not having signed more than 10 over millions of mortgage loan in my life, there are really, really methods that it can be done with. It's just that most of the people doesn't have the clarity on what to do. So what will you do, right? If you have the access to any amount of loans that's able to give it to you, right? If I have a chance to really understand how the loans model works, right? It's really be able to find a good fitness, perhaps, just to really understand how the bank works. That could be the keywords. If I really want to straight and break it down into how banks are thinking, just at a very high level, banks are also in the business of loans. And every business, there's also a salesperson. It's just like the mortgage specialist. Every mortgage specialist will definitely have targets to disperse loan. And if they don't pass loans to the qualified person, I believe that the business will be affected. And even the salesperson commission will be affected. So once I start understanding about, hey, banks need this kind of support, right? And my role is very simple. Hey, how can I support the banks in order for banks to support me, right? So once I have that kind of enlightenment process, I will be able to move things first, right? You just have to understand process of what banks want so that we can get it from there. And with these two biggest problems and start sharing with a group of people, I also be able to manage to get a lot of doubts for a lot of my friends, including my students. And I just want to share with you some of the real examples that's gone through. And I have a friend, her name is Christina. Christina, I know 15 years ago, she was actually a cabin crew living in the SQ lifestyle. But every month, I still remember when I spoke to her, she said that, every month her thoughts is very simple. She want to save money so that she can buy her dream private property. And that was many years ago, right? Years ago when I met up with her. But when she started calculating, she actually calculated back on how much she had to save. In order to do the down payment, she need about 11 years. 11 years to do the savings in order just to do a down payment. And I told her this thing. You're probably going to be like 99% of the populations to fall into this thing called the saving traps. Because 99% of the people will not buy the property because they will feel that, hey, I was being brought up in the environments. If I don't save enough money to meet the down payment, I will not buy property one. Right? That kind of framework is ongoing one. So she's also in that kind of framework. I say, no, you got to start changing things about, don't worry about savings. You got to understand how the market moves first. For example, I share with her this thing. In 2022, right, we talk about projects like Sterling Residence, which is a Queenstown. So I say that, hey, now the price during 2022, when I spoke to her, the price is about 2,200 PSF. And I tell her, hey, so now you know that you need 11 years to save. Do you think that the price will stick at 2002? Or because of inflation and demand and other things, price will probably shift to 3,005. If it's going to shift, and how? You're going to be like this gentleman, you have a plan, you have a goal that you want to reach. You already know that by 11 years, by right, I save already, I should hit already. But when you reach the finishing line shifted again. Do you know that kind of journey and how many years of 11 years do you have? I told her, how many years of 11 years do you have? I don't have. Even 3 years, I also want to plan it very well already. 11 years is very, very long. That was the time that I shared with her, you got to change really. You got to start changing. And if you take a look into how property has changed also in terms of down payment, in before August 2010, it's 5%. It's 5% cash. And then followed by after August 2010, it's 10%. After January 2013, it's 25%. And it means what? The property price keep moving up. What are the chances that you can save enough to eventually go into your purchase of private properties? Right? A lot of people will eventually ask them what's next. Right? So how many of you are really into this situation? I believe that when I speak about this thing, it probably hit most of the people that are in this situation. Because I've spoken to thousands of people, I got the data, most of the people are in these situations. And what if there is really a better way that maybe probably a faster way, and there's also a way that is limitless way, meaning that you can continue to move upwards, but applying the right strategy to get it faster instead of savings to wait to buy properties. It might not really, really works. All right. And eventually, Christina, I shared with her a detail and she takes some courage. Said, no problem, I'll take one step of courage. I want to apply and take some actions. And she did it. Christina did it. All right. And she posted it on the social media. Instead of so many years of waiting, she finally bought her own residential properties itself. All right. And Robert even said this thing, your future depends on what you do today and really not about tomorrow. So is it okay for me, right, to share with you what I've done by helping out my students? I just want to pick up some of the case study as a reference to you and what are things that I've done. But before I managed to be able to be in the situations to really help them, I really took into all my knowledge in what I've done over the years. Managing about 400 plus property in Singapore, I roughly know what is the trending that's really moving in Singapore. All right, every day, my bread and butter is all about properties. And investing in about 20 plus property, scaling up and stacking up, there's really a procedures and strategies and the formulas to apply. It will work if these things just have to do it step by step. And on top of that, securing more than 10 over million loans just for myself, excluding my wife, I roughly know what the banks can support and what banks needs. And 9 months of R&D, because I speak to so many people. They come forward to me and say, Ernie, can you share with me about residential property? How can I get it done faster? And eventually I put in a lot of my efforts to do and put it up into a very structured formula and to design the ultimate programs to really help everyone to eventually achieve the residential dreams. And what I did is I start to put everything I have, I put it into this thing called residential acceleration programs. I'm someone that believe in accelerated, meaning it's faster. Of course, there are people that's talking about assets progressions. To me, assets progressions probably is too slow for me. I want to speed up the whole journey because I don't have so many 11 years. So this is actually a 2.5 days programs that I've been helping a lot of group of people. And I want to share that with you in details, right? What are the acceleration frameworks? In these REP frameworks itself, I speak to people that's coming forwards, whether you are single or you're a couple. For single folks, they will want a certain level of achievement. Some of them do not have property, some of them have HDB, some of them have one private condo, whichever frameworks that you are in. There is really some ultimate goals that everybody wants. Most of the single, of course, if they can, they want to go into landed properties. For couple, some of them could be owning a HDB now. They thought that, okay, I want to buy one private in the longer run. I want to buy two privates. But my biggest challenge is this thing. And why don't you move on to two landed? Right? It's just about getting clarity, and then you apply the strategy, apply the actions. You probably can get it, right? Even without sufficient cash alone, right? This is really about getting things twisted to really understand how OPR structure can work. So I managed to work with a few of them that's really closely with me, like Lionel and Rainy. Lionel and Rainy have a super family of 4 kids, and recently they sold their units and 2 private properties even without sufficient cash and loans. So that's the keywords. A lot of people always feel that, I don't have cash, I don't have loans, I'm not going to take the next steps. I say, no, that's not the way. You just really need to understand what to do and to apply it from there. Right? I also have this young gentleman, his name is Brandon. I call him Aboya because he's really an Aboya. When I meet up with him, he just came out from army, right? And during that time, he really have nothing, right? He really have nothing. No money, no knowledge, and no connections. I just started the whole journey, and he told me, Ernie, what can he do? And I asked him one thing. So what's your intention? When do you want to buy your own private residential property? And he told me that he aims to do it like 30 years old. Right? This is what he told me. And he want to retire parents. That's the reason why he want to get things faster to accelerate the whole journey. And I shared exactly the whole methodology. He didn't skip even a single steps. He kept applying the whole process, and eventually, 23 years old, speed up by 7 years, even with no cash on hand. Right? It's really about getting understanding how this thing can be done. Right? And even if a 33 years old boy can really do it, I really want to reach out to everybody. Perhaps most of the people just don't have clarity on what to do next. What is really stopping you? Right? And the truth is there are some things that's really stopping everyone. And these are the few things. They are concerned about cash. They're concerned about loans. They don't have the clarity. And perhaps one more, they are very concerned about the runway, which is the loan periods that the banks is actually supporting them. If you are into this situation, please do not get held back and do not take actions. It's not worth it. If you start to understand how property shifted because of inflation's demands and everything, please write on the trend itself. It will continue the trend, write on it, let the economy bring you the wealth that you want. All right? Do not get help because of these few things that I've mentioned. And that's why I want to really share with you on how to leverage on other people's resources, OPR in short. There's really a framework that I want to do. And this is how even Charmaine, she's also an ex-cabin crew. She left SQ about 4 years ago during COVID time. And she came to me and said, Ernie, I want to do something about property. I said, no problem. But she have nothing. She doesn't have enough cash, not enough savings. And I tell her then, how many years are you going to save? You say probably about another 7 to 8 years. I say, do you have 7 to 8 years? By the time maybe you hit 40s already. So that was when I say, why don't you speed up understanding about OPR in shorts to buy private properties, right? Instead of really saving up. And she did it, right? She did it. She did it last year. And I also have students like Melvin. Melvin is actually a dance principal in PDA. He actually have a underperforming property. And using the frameworks, in the frameworks that we have a POW systems that we use to let them know that, every property that you buy, that must be POW's bid. Meaning that if you buy a property without POW's bid, the property is dead. And that is what he's gone through. He having an underperforming property itself. And through the methods of this residential acceleration, he gained clarities of OPR, right, together with Sharon. And now after purchasing the property, he actually converted into a co-living space, making it into a cash flowing properties, generating about 2,003 per month. And on top of that, sitting on a paper capital appreciation about more than 200,000 as of today, right? And it's really 100% doable when you really put your mind and your actions into achieving it itself. However, even if you want to use the saving methods, ask yourself this question. A lot of people eventually, when I shared about OPR frameworks in detail, they will still come and tell me, hey, maybe I still like to do savings. But ask yourself these two questions. Number one, is your age on your side first? Every year when I grow 1 year older, banks reduce my 1 year run rate. It actually reduces my 1 year of loan periods. Number two, inflations are really, really not on our side. Right? This is really not on the savings method. It is not going to work. If it's going to work, then most of the people that is in Singapore is not going to suffer in terms of not able to buy private properties. And it's just about taking a bit of small actions to hit on the whole journey. If not, most of the people will probably be 95% of Singaporeans who dreams of private properties but are pretty trips in the rat race. Right? This is really statistics. It can't run. It's just that I have enough data to do it. Even though all the statistics are really against us, because how we are being brought up, we are being brought up in a way that you shouldn't take more loans, you shouldn't take debts and all the stuff. But once you have clarity, you will start to understand debts there's actually two types. There are good debts, there's also bad debts. How can you use good debts models to go into a property space and to move up faster? Can you use OPR frameworks within 3 to 5 years, generating out of 400,000 from private properties? These are really things that it can be done, and many people are really achieving it. So I find some things really equally comforting, right? Of all the people that I really met, there are some things that you can really achieve it by doing just small baby steps. If you learn these small baby steps towards the dream, you definitely can achieve it. You just need clarity. And as such, I want to share with you, and I spoke to Kaden, we talked about this thing. We just want to make sure that these events, I want everybody to have a full clarity. If you are in the situations that I shared with you just now, you're concerned about, you want a property, you want a private property, you want to move on to this journey, but you're concerned about cash, you're concerned about loan, you're concerned about your runway. As long as any of the concerns that you have, I would love to make sure that you come in to have the clarity for you. I do run this program called Residential Acceleration Program, REPS in short. And after speaking to Cadence, I want to make sure that we are able to help investify a symposium on how this thing can be supported. And as such, if you're coming in, I just want you to cover the event space. That's it. All right. Just come in with an open mind and eventually understand the strategy and eventually take small actions. Right. So this is something the 299 before GST. I just want you to come in eventually to learn the whole strategy itself. And what will I be covering? All right. I'll be covering about how you can actually uncover the 3 pot of gold in our properties. Every 3 to 5 years, you can actually, in private condo, you probably can unleash 300 to 400,000, depending on which projects that you found. Right. So this 3 pot of gold is something that we're going to share. And this is the most important things that I want to highlight. It's called the rule of 72 in properties itself. If you have the ability to know how much the property price will be in the X number of years, would you take massive, massive actions? And that is the reason why I massive actions in the property space. Probably in investing, rule of 72 are pretty well spread. Whether is it in stocks itself, but in property, it works the same. Property, as I mentioned, the best friend is what? Is inflation. If I use 72, I divide it by the inflation rates, let's say 4%. And I know that in 18 years' time, property price will probably double up. So I already know the price of property by the X number of years already. But It doesn't move by itself unless you use the very structured residential checklist, which I know it as the POW system. Every properties that eventually buy must have the correct POW system. So with the checklist, with the rule of 72, understanding the crystal clear of how much the property price move, I probably know which property to go, right? I just have to settle it, move by the economy, and cash out of it, right? So this will be covered rule of 72 with a residential checklist, and eventually how every Singaporeans can actually start doing it. And the most important part, when I told you that all the concerns that you have, we were able to cover into all the frameworks known as OPR. OPR, a lot of people are concerned, no money, no runway, no loans, about concerning about ABSD. So there are many processes that you can use, right? It could be in OPM, it can be OPT, OPL. There's so many things that you can talk about it. And this is really just putting everything together into this method called the RMTL, the right methods to leverage. So this thing will also be covered details, how you can actually do it and to accelerate your residential property itself. So what will you be getting, right? In these 2.5 days programs, valued at 11,552, I'll cover the 3-part goal, the residential checklist on using the rule of 72, using the POW systems, and also leveraging on OPR frameworks itself. To me, this OPR frameworks is priceless. This is the ones that changed my life journey. Whether is it I applied in my residential journey, I applied in my commercial industrial property, whether I do it into my co-living space, I use the same frameworks on scaling up. And I just want to make sure that we are able to add in some bonuses to make sure everybody coming here, you really going to off 2 days to learn. I want to make sure that it's some things that I can give it to you. I want to make sure that this is some things that you will learn. After we covered a fair bit of residential journey, right? I want to share with you this thing. There's a brightness of future, the journey of property purchase. What if you can print money with property legally? A lot of people are talking about this. Banks can print money. Listed company, they can issue shares to raise more money. Why can't properties print money out of it? There are methodologies that you can actually extract money out of it and eventually move on to the next assets building. Right? So this is the brightness of future journey. I want to give you the full terms of the frameworks. After you buy already, what's next after that? Right? So this is the first bonus I want to make sure that is given to you. And second thing, how the richest property investor really invest their money. Right? There are many procedures at how they do. How do they exchange hands to get money out of it? These are how the richest property investor practice. And I want to break it down into steps for you, and you can actually use it after you start taking the actions from that. Because the number one's goal eventually when I first started is to really share with you that most of the people still wants to have financial freedom. And whether it's a single or couple, they wants to buy the private property itself. And I still remember when I run reps itself, I started with my own community. And even until today, it is by community based, and of course, only invitations from Cadence. I want to share, let's go, no problem. Let's go into this sharing journey. I still remember when I first started on the first few badges, we run into a situation that is full house for more than 5 months. So people are really asking to ask, hey, can I come early? And no, in the end, we didn't do that because every batch that we run, we are almost fully about 100 plus people, right? So we just want to make sure that we are able to support. And I also believe that I want to run live events, meaning physical event, that I can connect with my friends, right? It's really about connecting with people coming forward to ask questions. And this is really, I really enjoy passing and sharing the journeys that I have, all right? So I really want you to take in just a simple actions. If you are into this situation, these 3 things that I mentioned, loan, runways, and cash, please come in for full clarity components, all right? And this is a journey that I keep it simple. You just cover the seed cost, that's it, all right? Let's everybody learn things together, and then so that we can enjoy and to make small changes in our life. As we run some physical events, I don't have like unlimited access one, like in Zoom, I really don't have. So we will eventually give the preferred date slots to those who have booked first, and we really have limited slots every events. And on top of that, as what I mentioned, the whole bonus for today is really to give you the full clarity of what is known as the brightness of future property journey. After buying the property, then what's next? and of course, using the right strategy of how the richest actually played the game, why don't we just replicate what they are doing into just a smaller scale model? You don't have to change the view, you just have to follow what they are doing. We keep it simple and total value at $66,440, right? And I want to keep it, I do have two dates itself. It is, I call it the so-called the 2.5 days event. But on the Friday, which is I do have on February itself, 23rd, 24th, 25th, 23rd February, it's just a Zoom session to make sure that everybody understand the concept first. Then on the 24th, 25th of Feb, it's a live physical event, just like what you see in the picture. It will be a live event where we will clear all questions. And I'm pretty much known as one thing. Ernie level never leave a question unanswered. Whatever question that you ask me, I'll give you my full clarity. And in terms of February, if you can't really make it, what you're going to do, don't worry. We still have events coming up on April. You can actually mark the dates itself. And if really cannot, don't worry, we'll sort out the dates for you. All right. So these are 2 dates that is coming up. I want to make sure that you can actually move and then to scale up your journey. All right, this is the procedure, all right? This is the procedure. I believe that the admin teams has already sent in the group chats itself. What you're going to do is just click the link, or you can scan the QR code and just make the payments of this $299 before GST. And then the back-end teams will actually reach out to you. They're asking you which date, and they'll slowly onboard you. Okay, but do me a favor. There's still one thing that I need your help. I do understand that credit card payments have records, but do me a favor, right? So once you make the payment, just print screen the thing, and eventually send it to the back-end team in this WhatsApp number 98898168. All right, at least the team know that you have made payment immediately. They will give a double check again and eventually onboard you. Okay, so let me repeat. First thing, click on the payment link itself, and then eventually just make $299 for your events seats cost, and then send to this mobile number 98898168. Teams will come in to onboard you into the rep events. All right. So I hope that my sharing with a very compressed version, giving you some of the model that it can be done. It's just that most of the concern that people are really worried is really about cash, loan, runway. It's just about it, nothing else really. Because every time I speak to them, they tell me this thing. Only if I don't have these 3 problems, I ask them, then will you buy property? The answer is very straightforward. I tell you, most of the people just say yes. Because they don't have clarity. So people who are in this situation, I hope that I'll be able to give you clarity of how to solve this thing and eventually move on the cases just like Brandon's, like Lionel, and like Shermaine. All right. So I really hope that this section is good for you. All right. We'll give them some time to onboard these payments. Is it okay? All good?
Yeah, we can chit chat. It's okay. While
Okay,
they
all good.
onboard. Yeah.
Can, we'll do. All right. So, I can't see the chat, right? Okay, hold on.
It's okay. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. By the way, thank you, Ernie. Ernie, please stay with us. We are a bit early. We have about 15 minutes. So I think while we chat, they can click on the link and then register for your rep class. So I'm just going to pull out my slides. Just give me a second, right? Yeah, it's actually exactly the same slide that Ernie has just shared. Let me just put it to a full screen mode. Yeah, so these are the exact step. Yeah, except that I put in the 9% GST, which eventually will go to the government.
Yes.
So 9% are not collected by companies. Yeah. So in other words, when you click on the link, you suddenly see 325.91. It's because there's a 9% GST. Yeah. So Ernie is still with us. Before, it's very difficult to get Ernie, right? Because even if I WhatsApp him, it will also take a while for him for him to respond. So I think I better hold him here first. So right now we are a bit early by 10 minutes. By the way, ladies and gentlemen, any questions regarding this rep or anything pertaining to Ernie's presentation, so that you can ask while some of them click on the link and then they register for your class. Yeah, so let's hang around for the next 10 minutes before the next speaker. Well, interestingly, we have about 690 participants.
But you know, Kaden, most of the time when I share about this rep journey, right, a lot of people are really concerned about what they are facing. So, for example, like the property price have so much, and they couldn't the next action because of one thing, which is I feel it's really about fear. They really feel that I can't. Like in between the place and price of property keep moving. It's like the hamburger model. So it's double whammy in the situation. So from your own pockets per se. Really do it proper and then contribute to move on to next gen. Yeah.
But by the way, throughout Ernie's about 40 minutes presentation, I think there's one word that he really emphasized, and the word is clarity. Yeah, okay. I think it's important for us to have, this word is very simple, clarity. I mean, what exactly? Because all investment requires some form of money. And then just now, Ernie was talking about leveraging on other people's resources. Yeah, and these are some of the things that schools don't teach us, as in use other people's money. So far, I have not heard any of my teachers say, hey, you can make money by using other people's money. Yeah, so eventually, how do we do it? Okay, so there are a couple of questions. Maybe I start for question number one. Where is the course held? I think that'll be your administrative question.
Where? This one, don't worry, you will be, okay, this thing itself, the admin team, right, when you on board already, you can confirm the venue on the later part itself is either E2I or LLI, which is either wrongly. We just want to confirm that space.
Yeah. Right? So in other words, it's a E2I or Lifelong Learner Institute. Yeah, Lifelong Learner Institute. By the way, I've been to the Lifelong Learner Institute venue. Actually, it's quite nice.
It's quite nice, and it's transport there is convenient.
Yes.
So it's just next to the MRT. Everyone is easy to park also.
Next question is, do you teach on co-living business in REP?
Oh, okay. I don't really focus 100% into co-living in REP class because you go another 2 days. But segment that I touch so that I can actually give a good introduction about co-living. Living works in Singapore context. And it will generating more cash flow than the usual property.
Yeah. So in short, Ernie, in case I misinterpret, I think Ernie is trying to say that he will cover the next segment because without knowing in a very huge landscape or how things work, it's very difficult for you to zoom in into a specific co-living.
Correct. So we will give a very high level first and then go a bit of detail, but we won't spend like two days into co-living. We won't. We just make sure to give idea.
Okay. This question is quite interesting. This one, a Singaporean's question. Guan Xiao is actually one of our grad. Can I register together with my partner? Any special offer? I guess he can register a partner, but I think it's the second question got special offer.
Yeah, okay. So you see, everybody that's listening, I think if you have to be like me, then even to learn things like actually, even not cheap, it's really cheap.
Together, our goal is very simple. How can we just get everybody just to pay for investments? So I think that as of now, if your spouse is coming or partners is coming, invest 2x, 299 before you guys leave.
Okay lah. Yeah, Guan Xiong, in other words, very cheap way. Don't ask for a discount. 299 also want to ask for discount. Just kidding. 299 is lesser than the government's assurance package. But maybe the next question is, can they attend by using the assurance package so that they're assured? Okay, just kidding. Okay, next question, right? Is Joyce. She said, I miss Ernie's sharing. Then he said, can he reiterate who are suitable for REP program? I think she's trying to imply, is she suitable, but you do not know.
No problem. So in general, like, if you're a Singaporean and you've aspirations to buy property, you don't know what to.
Whether it's going to be HDB or whatever, then REP is 100% suitable. For example, like, a lot of people who have HDB come to me and say, should I buy HDB? Example, like, if HDB is going for BPO route, for example, you're going to wait for 4 to 5 years. MOP another 5 years. And ask them this question. How many 10 years
you have in life? It's all about topics, right? Making it faster. right? So yeah, anyone inspired
Okay, the other one is it's more of age. Her name is called Carmen. She said, "Oh, I'm 55 years old. Is it still possible to do what you have been doing?"
yes, yes. That's why I talk about the bank runway. Even you are 55, there are still ways that you can do. Really, this one is not. It's really true clarity. It can be done. I have people at age 59, that did it. Pretty much the same thing. They can do it. All right. I saw.
Okay, there's one Lionel. I'm not very sure what he's saying. He said, Ernie, Lionel here. I'm with Christina. I'm not very sure which Christina. Message
Oh,
flooded. So cannot give you numbers. Okay, I'm going to skip that because I'm not very sure is it a statement or a question.
no problem. Okay, we go to the next one.
Next one is this rep program also applicable to foreigners? I suppose they are residing here or to only
If
Singaporeans
it's
or
a
PR?
PR, I think it's okay. I service a lot of PR folks that is in rep also. So that one is yeah. If you're PR, all good.
Okay, I'm a realtor and I've signed up. Ernie, looking forward to learning from you. Wow, this one very good.
I'm looking forward. All right. Well,
Okay, next one. Same. I'm 57 years old. How can your system work for me when bank will reject me?
yeah. Yeah. It will still work for you. You just need to check a bit. You just need to know how the bank system works, and eventually still be able to find solutions for that. I have people at age 59 still able to do it. So you are still young. Don't worry. You are still young.
Okay, there's another question with similar to age. I'm going to skip this. Here it says, is this offer until tomorrow? I think the offer is until today, I think.
Today, okay, yeah. It was really, even today, I'm really concerned about the seats.
Oh, yeah.
Limited one. I please take it simple. Just have clarity, right? Just, yeah. I'll see you, right, in terms of this space.
Okay, I think for the offer, I guess it's first come, first serve. So like he say it's a physical seat, right? So if you wait until tomorrow, you want, don't have already. Okay,
Maybe.
next one, Jeffrey, right? This course is suitable for retiree with good savings to invest and staying in a landed property?
No,
Question mark.
No. It's really catered for people who wish to eventually increase your assets in a shortest period, right? It's not for people who have done it already, then come and know. It's because people who have not achieving it, then they should come. Then that's the main journey of rep, why it was created.
Okay, we have 5 minutes more. I'll just go down the list, right? There was one feedback saying that echo, son, echo, right? Yeah. Ernie is breaking up, can't hear his answer. The other one, is it legal for using OPR? Interesting question.
Yep, it's perfectly fine if things are being done proper. Yeah. So
yeah, by the way, I guess we all want to make money legally. Yeah.
Yes, definitely.
Yeah, I mean the worst thing is you want to take a F1 race ticket when you make 1 million, you all know the case. Then end up being charged 27 charges. You make 1 million, you get all this. I think it's no use. So we want to do it a smart way, a legal way. Okay, congrats to Ng Yu, Li Min. Wow, 3 people sign up. Okay, Phoebe. Wait, let me just jump, right? Okay, this one, How Jai. Will there be another advanced course after we complete this course?
No, I only have this rep program. That's it.
Okay.
This rep program. I don't have like what? Rep 2, rep 3, rep 4. Don't have. I only have this rep program.
Multiple reps. Okay, the rest is breaking up. I guess we'll sort this out. Alice Chu say register. Alice Chu actually one of Greg. He said registered, but I cannot attend the 2 dates. Will there be other dates? I suppose there are.
No problem. So don't worry. Just what you're going to do, just print screen, send to 988-98168. The back-end teams will give you the rest of the information of other dates. Don't worry. All right, the teams will onboard you.
Okay. So in other words, once you register, they already have a detail. Yeah, you can always reply them, hey, I'm not free in these 2 dates, and they will send you other dates. Let me see, right? Are the concepts similar enough to the one you advertise on social media for Multiply?
No. This one is the ones that have always been shown up is all about co-living. But this is called rep. It's totally different.
Okay, so Jeanette, can you skill future credit?
Cannot lah.
Okay. Okay, this must be Singaporean. Just kidding. Is this course applicable for PR2? He already answered.
Yes,
It's
that one is
okay.
good.
Let me see, right? Wait, let me just scroll down. Most of it is about voices. Let me see. Okay. From Yong, right? I'm 57 years old and don't have loan record and never bought property. How can your system work for me?
I don't have loan records and never immediately, yeah, you can start already because you still have your golden tickets to buy the property. If you apply, you can still do it on. There's ways to do it because a lot of people are saying that loans is only at 65. That's not true. That's not true. There's ways to be stretched in terms of runway. So there's still be other things to do it.
Okay, before you carry on to the next question, by the way, just to let you know that while we are taking this question, it's not to entertain you. It's actually to buy you some time for you to register. In case you're sitting there still listening to this Q&A, you're supposed to click on the link, register, and so on. So just 3 more minutes to register, right? Later on, when the classes fill up, that's it. Okay. This one, I'm not very sure. Is it a question from Terry? Meaningless if I attend without my wife, okay? Values not aligned. If I sign up, can bring my wife. He's asking you whether can he bring his wife.
Meaningless if I attend. Yeah, please. No lah, then just buy 2 tickets. No. Just buy 2 seats. Really, event cost is straightforward. Just buy 2 seats and just get your wife to come on. I think that's the straightforward approach. I also spend a fair bit. Every program I go, I also bring Jolene. Same thing. I salute you that you're bringing your wife to create alignments.
Okay, I think that's important. Otherwise, go back, right? Your wife asks you to kneel on the durian. Yeah, so I think it's important. Yeah. Okay, next one. I think we just take 1 more minute. What if we are subjected to HDB, BTO, MOP, come buy a second property for the next 15 years?
Wow, 15 years. Wow, then very challenging. But why is 15 years? Because of the prime location, is it? I guess. Oh, yeah, I think so. Yeah, then a bit challenging already. If the MOP is really giving you the next 15 years, then there's nothing much you can do. You cannot buy residential already. You have to wait for the times to complete. Yeah. But don't go into that route. And the rest of the people, if you have a choice, don't go into 15 years to wait. We don't have a lot of 15 years.
Okay, so we just take 2 more questions. My apologies, time is running up. There's one question, I think it's quite difficult, from Fraser. How much is required to start this investment?
How much in terms of this 299 or in terms of what actual property? Okay, it depends on the context, right? I just want to confirm the questions. Fraser, I just want to reach out to you. 299 is really the way to fix it. If you have a chance to see Brandon case, the Aboy case, it started with this 299 really. And then he moved on faster from there. I don't want to go into much detail of how the OPR framework works. We have a chance, we speak to you in detail, you'll start to see how it can be done. Okay?
Okay, we just take one last question to cover everybody's worry. So there was one person who was saying that Ernie's voice was breaking out, and then he said, again, who are suitable for this program?
All right, if anyone that really wants to buy your properties and you are concerned about loan, cash, or runway, REP is really for you to give you the clarity. Once you are able to come into REP, you'll start to feel that these 3 are really not the main concern anymore. Right, so this is something that I want to reach out. If you want to move on to the next biggest assets class of your private properties, REP is for you.
Okay, thank you, Ernie. Wow, I look at the Q&A, 80. Wow.
All right, all good.
The speakers with the highest number of Q&A, you set the record. 80. Okay, Ken, you can rest already.
Okay, all right, thank you, everybody.
Okay, thank you, Ernie. Yeah, thank you, Ernie. By the way, even though Ernie has left, you can still click on the link and then continue to register. But that's not yet. There's still 2 more exciting speakers and then followed by the lucky draw. Yeah, so I must make sure that Ernie has already passed us the Apple iPad. Ernie, your sponsor iPad is with us, right? Oh, all good. Okay, thank you. Ernie has said that he's going to sponsor iPad. Yeah, okay, very good. Now, so let me just stop this sharing because the link is already in the chat. Now, let me just pull this one up first, right? Yeah, I just need my staff to sort out the technicalities. You know, audio is good and so on. So I'm just going to chit chat with you for just a short while. The next speaker will come up in the next less than 5 minutes. Okay, so who have spoken today? So we started off with Robert G. Allen, and then he emphasized the importance of having multiple streams of income, which he has written in this book. And of course, he shared that in order to have this, a couple of things need to be in place. For example, you need to have a system in place. So when I say system, he meant processes. Okay, step 1, step 2, step 3, step 4, step 5. Yeah. Now, if you do not have a system in place, it's all gasa, it's all guessing. I think that's quite dangerous. So you have the system in place, and in order to have the system in place, you need to learn from a role model. Yep. So for me, I learned from Robert G. Allen. Having the mindset of multiple streams of income. So once you have the system in place, of course, the next part, right, is the people negotiation skill. Yeah, you cannot function alone. Sometimes you need people's help. So having the system, having the people, the negotiation skill, and last one is changing the mindset. Yeah, once your mindset changes, the things you do change, and then the results will be different. Yeah. So after Robert G. Allen, it was Ernie. So the other speaker is almost ready. We're just sorting out the technicalities. So I'm not very sure. Do I need to change to a Bluetooth or? Yep. So it's all good, right? It's all good. Yeah. So we want to make sure that the next speaker is loud and clear because it's really, really important. Let me just share a bit of context why we invite the next speaker to be here. Now, in case you are not our graduate, you may not be aware that actually I went through cancer 3 times. It's not that I want to go through too many times, but you know, unfortunately, I just went through cancer 3 times, and I still remember vividly for the very first cancer surgery, I need to have my left kidney removed. Yeah, so I end up with a stitch, a scar, right, of 30 centimeters long. Yeah, and of course, going through a surgery, there was a physical pain, emotional pain. There's another one is financial pain. Yeah, financial pain. So when I look at the bill, right, the bill was about 50 plus 1,000. 50 plus 1,000. Fortunately, I got some insurance, and then I used a Medisave. So in the end, the cash that I coughed out, it was, I think, 3,000-4,000. 3,000-4,000. So I think now as I look back, I think it's important for us to have some protection mechanism, because if we save money, we do whatever until we reach about age 60, and then something bad happens, we could lose everything. And I don't think we have time to go back and then start all over again. This is really a torturing process. So I think the mentality, not only to generate passive income, we also need to have a mechanism to protect it and then eventually grow steadily. Yeah, which is why we invited our next amazing speaker. So let me just put this slide up. So I guess the technicality has been sorted out. Okay, let me just share this. Multiple streams of income. We really need to have a different category of speakers. No, we cannot just touch the leg of elephant and then say that it's a tree trunk. We need to see things from a different perspective. Yep. So this morning, I'm really honored to invite Vincent to be here with us in this studio, which is investify symposium. Just to let you know that Vincent is a certified financial planner and chartered financial consultant. So he looks quite young and ambitious. He has close to a decade of experience in the industry. He specialized in retirement planning because the theme for multiple stream income is to retire with more money and happy. And of course, investment. So interestingly, even though he looks young, he started dabbling in the stock market when he was 14. Now, this one is true. This one is true, right? It's because I got to know Vincent through Jianta. And then Jianta was telling me, Jianta is a good friend of mine. He was saying Vincent really likes stocks. Really likes stocks. Yeah. So he's not only a financial planner, because some financial planners do not know how to invest. So he is one with the 2 skill set. That's very important. He's also a member of the $1 Million Round Table, one of the highest accolade industry. That also means that customers really support him, really believe in him. So he believes that financial planning is not only for the rich, yeah, but applicable for anyone who desires to be financially free. Yeah, which coincides with what Robert G. Allen is saying. So remember, having the privilege of speaking to people from all walks of life, yeah, in his career, he picked up valuable lessons from the wealthy and how everyday people like all of us can become financially free or financially independent. So if you're looking for ways to build a better financial foundation, resilience are very important, and certainty in your portfolio, especially in the current situation. So perk up your ears as he will share his experience with us in the upcoming segment. So gentlemen, can we all put our hands together and welcome Vincent, please? Yay, he's already in the room. So I'm going to stop share so that my colleague can put Vincent. Yeah, okay. Vincent, thanks for coming so early before you even start. Okay, so I shall hand over my time to you and thank you for joining us again.
Thank you so much, Kaden. Just do a mic check if everything is okay. All good? All right. Thank you, team. And once again, thank you so much, Kaden, for the invitation. It's really a privilege and honor. And definitely, I'm very grateful to be part of this particular panel of speakers. So this morning, I'd like to share with you guys how you can actually create resilient income portfolio. I believe some of you guys probably may have started investing around 2020, 2021. Most likely, if you have not made any changes to your portfolio, you will likely be slightly in the red or maybe just slightly rebounded, because you notice that back in 2022, stock market was really in the red. Be it whether you're in the stocks market or maybe in the bonds market, it was really a very, very tough year. So if you are feeling the same, don't worry. I'll be here to share with you what are some of the tools, framework, and probably certain strategies that can take home today to create a resilient portfolio. Right. So a little bit about my backstory and why I think probably there are certain lessons that can pick up from here. So Hayden mentioned earlier, I'm a addict, not just any stock enthusiast. I'm really addicted to the market. What do I mean by that? So if I were to map my life story on a chart, so on the vertical axis, you have my net worth, and on the horizontal axis, you have time. And that's the part in 2002 when I was age 14. I started investing in the stock market. And it was thanks to my dad, because he was the one who introduced me to the stock market. So I slowly built up my portfolio. And around 2006, 2007, that was where I realized, hey, wow, most of the stocks that I've selected actually did pretty well. So I thought I was good. So what I've done was actually got together with a couple of friends and we went into the market together. And lo and behold, in 2008, that was where the global financial crisis occurred. So for those of you who have started investing during that period of time, you know that 08, 09 was really a very scary year because the entire banking system was in a collapse. And then after that, as you know, when you're young and naive, you don't know what you're doing. Back then, I don't have any contract friends that, investments is non-guaranteed. We just go in with the hopes of making money because we always think that the market will go up year on year. And as a result, due to the 2008, 2009 financial crisis, I realized that, I have so much lacking. And because of that, I want to hold in terms of my integrity and reputation. I told my friends, hey, I will return back the money, but give me some time to work part-time. So between 2008 all the way to 2012, I worked part-time, repaid the money, and from there, I actually started re-exploring the market, but not so much in terms of probably doing stock trading or punting the market, but more of a long-term kind of investments. So around 2010, 2011 period, I started re-looking into the market and focusing purely from the fundamentals perspective. And at that point in time, as you know, being young and itchy, always want to try something entrepreneurial, probably again due to my dad's influence, I started my own business. And at the same time, I was concurrently also entered into the financial planning market. And during that period of time, my own business actually went belly up. So that was around 2014. And that was where I realized, wow, starting a business is really not easy. So really kudos to Kaden, who has been in this industry for very long. And I would say he's one of the industry giants in this value investing realm. So likewise, from 2014, I rebounded back up again. And along the years, I've learned many, many lessons how you can actually smoothen this journey and what are some of the pitfalls that potentially you will need to look out for so that you do not need to fall into the same trap. And this morning, I'll also be sharing with you some of the case studies that I've come across based on experience talking to various clients and prospects. And hopefully, there'll be some key takeaways that you can for your particular financial journey. So let's dive straight in. First one would be the importance of income stability. And I'm pretty sure most of us want to have some visibility of our income, right? Imagine if today you are being employed. You have a fixed salary of probably about, say, 3,000-4,000 for fresh grad as an example. At least you know for the next 1 year or 2 years when you're employed, this is your salary. Or you could actually have a choice where you probably join a sales line, and where in terms of income, most people who may not have that kind of courage may not want to have this kind of a sales role because the income visibility is not there, especially when you're new and you are a fresh grad, right? So likewise, when it comes down to investing, we want to have some form of visibility, we want to have some form of stability. How can we do that? So let's take a theoretical example of you having $10,000 of investments. There are two portfolios for you to choose. The first portfolio, in the first year, you have 4% return. In the second year, 4%. Likewise, on the third, fourth, and fifth year, you also have 4%, which is why on average, you have about 4%. And in the second portfolio, first year, you already have a 10%. Wow, amazing. And then in the second year, there's a drop of -5. Third year, there's a double-digit return again, 20%. And then in the fourth year, there's 8%. And likewise, on the fifth year, there was a market downturn and there was a loss of 13%. Surprisingly, it's also an average of 4%. So given this situation, which one would you be investing in? Portfolio 1 or Portfolio 2? With some time to think about it. If you are some of my colleagues who are in this webinar as well, if you find this particular example very familiar, yes, I actually copy shamelessly from our CEO. So with that, if you have leaned towards Portfolio 2, which I believe most of us are, let's take a look at the numbers to see if it really adds up and Portfolio 2 is the better option. So in the first year, as mentioned, if there's a 4% gain with $10,000, you have 10,400. Second year grew to 10,800. In the third year, 11,002. And then following close to 11,700. And in the final year, you have 12,116. That's for Portfolio 2. You go off with a great start of 11,000. And subsequently, because there was a drop in the market, that was 10,004. And in the third year, it's about 12,005. Fourth year, you have 13,000. So most people will be thinking, wow, Vincent, Portfolio 2 by the fourth year is already so much more than the Portfolio 1 already. But because fifth year was a drop in the market, and as a result, you realize that in year 5, it was 11,000. So we can see that overall, Portfolio 1 is the boring, consistent returns kind of portfolio, will give you better results at the end of the day, numerically. Even though on average, both portfolios give you 4% return, you realize that Portfolio 1 gives you a lot more certainty and a lot more visibility, which I believe in Value Investing Academy, they talk a lot about having proper investing methods to give you the consistent returns. So that is why it is important to have consistent returns year on year, rather than, always punting for the kind of high double-digit returns. And this is a quote from George Soros. For those of you who are new to investing, George Soros is one of the greatest hedge fund manager in the world. If investing is entertaining and if you're having fun, you're probably not making any money, because good investing is boring. So which is why if you're looking for entertainment, probably you can try, going for a roller coaster ride, going overseas, or casino, not the best example, but yeah, you get the idea. If you want to earn money consistently, then probably you want to have something that is boring. And next up, it's actually very important to take a look at how can we create some form of financial resilience in this particular market. So I'd like to share the story of Alfred. He's a real life client of mine. Due to PDPA, I cannot share his real name. So Alfred actually gave me a call one day and he asked me, hey, Vincent, I saw that my portfolio had a 12% gain. I'm very happy with the returns. Do you think I should put more money into the portfolio? I have some spare cash lying around. So being a financial advisor, in the back of my mind, I was like, of course, why not, right? But then I need to be fair to my client as well. Because as a financial advisor, there are a couple of parameters that we need to take into account. First things first would be the time horizon. So I actually asked Alfred, hey, Alfred, what is the time horizon are you looking at? And at the same time, do you have any other objectives? Because back then, when he first started investing with me, he was single and he was mainly planning for his retirement. But a financial review with him just before this call. That was where he is already attached and he's looking to prepare to get his first property. So given that situation, I was worried that he may have other objectives in mind, which is why I clarified with him over the phone call. And lo and behold, he told me that he actually intend to use this money for the property down payment. And the time frame that he's looking at back then was 2 to 3 years. So that was where I realized, wow, only 2 to 3 years. And you need to use this money for an important milestone in life, which is your property down payment. That's the part where I found out that, it probably would be safer if he actually put his money in the bank, or maybe if you want slightly higher returns, can consider fixed deposits. And actually, for that particular reason, I rejected taking his money because I find that it wasn't safe to invest because of the short time frame. So let's assumption that he did not heed my advice and he said that, don't worry, Vincent, just go ahead and just invest. What would have happened? Let's rewind time and take a look at the stock market. So he started investing with me somewhere around 2017, and this was where Alfred started investing. And around early 2018, this is where Alfred saw his portfolio was again. Fast forward, we know that there was the 2019 COVID situation, and 2020 was really a very terrible year. And around 2020, the period is where Alfred needed the money for his property down payment. Can you imagine if he were to take out the money during the period of 2020? His portfolio would probably be, at best, break even, but I would say most people would be taking out the money at a loss. Because rewind time and put yourself in Alfred's shoes. Can you imagine at the peak just before the fall, your portfolio potentially could be looking at about 30 to 50% kind of gain. And then within just a short period of a couple of months, your gains were wiped out. And not only that, potentially you could be running into a possibility of a loss. And to add things or add fire to the pressure, you realize that you actually need this money very soon for your property down payment. As a result, I think most people may not want to take the risk and quickly exit whenever possible, because we don't know this downtrend, how long it will continue and whether it will be for an extended period of time. Which is why, from Warren Buffett's perspective, is never to invest money you can't afford to lose. And again, for those of you who don't know who Warren Buffett is this handsome gentleman who is either the first or the second richest man in the world right now. So if you have important milestones, like say for your property purchase, for your children's education, or probably things like your medical needs, it becomes very essential to park aside this money that you do not touch, because this is your, quote unquote, one of your emergency cash that you need for the important milestone. Imagine if for Alfred's situation, he were to invest without heeding my advice, maybe go through another broker or agent and get the investments. And then down the road, he has to go back to his wife. Hey, sorry, dear. I lost our capital in the market, and as a result, we need to postpone our property purchase. I think that marriage probably wouldn't even get started, right? So that's why it becomes very important to never invest with money you can't afford to lose. Always have the time on your end so that you can always ride out any form of economic uncertainty. And oh, by the way, if you have any questions, you can always put questions inside the Q&A box. And what are some tools or strategies that you can actually consider when you are investing? Especially right now, we know that there are so much uncertainties in the market. First, we have the Russia-Ukraine war, and then after that, we have the Gaza war, the Red Sea. And then this year, there are many elections coming up, like Taiwan elections. You have the US presidential elections coming up as well. So with all these uncertainties happening, how can we shield our current investments from this kind of economic storms should it occur? So let's take a look at 2022. 2022 was really a very lousy year, because in 2022, the NASDAQ, for those of you who are totally new to the stock market, NASDAQ mainly focuses on the IT companies. There was a drop of about negative 33%. For the S&P 500, which focuses on other sectors as well, the drop of close to 20% as well. And if you're investing in the US bond market, you think you'll be pretty safe? Surprisingly, it is not. You also have a double-digit drop of about 13%. So that's the part, whether you're in the stock market or you're in the bonds market, you're whacked either way. So that got me thinking, is there a way that I can create a portfolio that can drop less than the market? Because if I can, then that's the part whereby you'll be outperforming the market already. And in fact, during that period of time, a lot of my clients actually texted me and asked me, hey, Vincent, what happened in this particular market? Should I consider exiting? Should I stop my regular investments and wait till the market rides out and things like that? So that got me researching further to see if there's any way that I can build a more resilient portfolio. I believe this strategy is something that you can consider as well. It is called the all-weather portfolio. So for those of you who are new to this, it's basically to diversify your assets across the different economic situations and market expectations. And by the way, this particular concept is not created by myself. It's actually from Ray Dalio. So he's one of the most prestigious hedge fund manager in the world right now, and he founded Bridgewater Fund House. So Bridgewater Fund House is one of the largest hedge fund companies in the world right now. So he broke it down into the two different categories that you see at the top here. On the horizontal axis, you have the growth, whereby the economy is growing, or the economy is in an inflation stage. And then on the vertical axis, you have the market expectations, where the market probably will be expecting it to be rising, or the market is expecting it to be falling. Because we need to take into account the market is always forward-looking. It is not backward-looking or current standing. So therefore, in this case, in the case where, for example, last year, where we have experienced inflation and the market is actually falling. So we notice that the nominal bonds and equities potentially could be doing better. And for those of you who are new to investing, nominal bonds basically means is that they will be you buy a bond coupon, a bond, and they'll pay you a fixed interest. And then in the situation where the market is falling and there is growth in terms of the economy, you have your nominal bonds that will be probably doing well, and IL is your inflation-linked bonds. So what do inflation-linked bonds mean? Inflation-linked bonds are bonds that can pay you according to what the inflation is growing. So say, for example, right now, last year, our Singapore inflation is about 3%. They pay you 3% at that point in time in terms of interest. If there's an increment in terms of inflation to 4%, they'll adjust the payout to you to the necessary inflation, which is why they will be hedged against inflation. And likewise, in other periods of time, you can see that there will be other asset classes like commodities or corporate credit. Corporate credit meaning you are buying company bonds. And EM represents emerging market. Credit, likewise, it means bonds. So you realize that what you want to do is you want to diversify the assets. So I know some of you probably who are totally new to investing, you'll be like, wow, Vincent, this entire concept is too cheap for me, too difficult for me. Can I, just pass my money to Bridgewater House and let them handle? Yes, you can. If you belong to the ultra high net worth or you are institutional investors, yes, probably it's some time to take a look at your portfolio. But I believe most of us, like everyday people like you and me, then maybe it's a little bit difficult to garner their attention. So what can we do? We can actually follow the concept and take a look at this thing, what we call diversification. So I believe most of us will have heard of this phrase called diversification. Let's rewind back to 2022 and we see how we can actually use diversification in this particular scenario. In 2022, you realize that the NASDAQ, S&P 500 and S&P aggregate bond index actually dropped. Hang Seng Index, which represents the Hong Kong Stock Exchange, also dropped about 15%, 16%. Surprisingly, gold held up very well at about close to 0.5%, holding their value. The FTSE 100, which is the London Stock Exchange, have close to a 1% return. And surprisingly, the Straits Times Index, which our local SGX market, has about 8.4% return. So can you imagine when other people are very focused on the US companies like Tesla, Amazon, all those, all had a drop of about 30%. On your end, you go the plain vanilla, simple way, probably investing in the local stock market of the banks or probably in the REITs, you have about 0.4% return. Your outperformance of your US peers is probably about 41% in this case, really. So in that way, you can actually grow your money faster. So this is one of the concepts where you can take a look at diversification in terms of geographic. So you don't have to go specific into the sectors, you can go via geographic. And if you are someone who's probably new to investing, you can consider this to what we call the exchange traded funds. So probably I think Kaden will certain other webinars like the autopilot where they talk about exchange traded funds. So if you find that some of these courses or workshops that you're interested in, you can always reach out to the marketing team of Kaden Value Investing Academy to find more. So for that particular case, if you find that you want to take a more hands-free passive approach, you can actually invest in the ETFs across the different geographic regions. And if you're a little bit more enthusiastic like myself, would like to get the hands dirty, you can take a look at this thing, what we call the return heat map in terms of the respective sector rotation. So this is a case study, this is a research material from the BlackRock fund management company. This is the part where you can see from the period of 2014 to 2023, across the past 10 years, there is no one sector that is always at the top, right? So you can see that in 2014 and 2015, it was the REITs and Japan equities, and around 2022, 2023 is actually the commodities and the US equities. So in order for us to help diversify and get so-called quote-unquote the best returns from each of this sector, you can consider diversification across the different asset classes in terms of the sectors. Of course, there are some of you who may be thinking, hey, Vincent, since on the right-hand side, you mentioned that annualized return. Okay, again, for the benefit of those who are new to investing, annualized returns means it's the average return taking into account the time value of money. So the annualized return for the US equities is 11.8%. So Vincent, why not I just all my money in US equities will do already? Then on average for the past 10 years, I've already garnered 11.8%. That's good enough really, isn't it? I don't have to worry about other different sectors. Of course, that is one way of thinking, but because people that I've come across realize that when you are starting investing, it's easy to see when the market is going up. But suddenly when you see that the market is coming down and your portfolio is shrinking, most people, I realize, especially if they are new to investing, will get cold feet. Either they will stop their regular investments, or in the case whereby they'll possibly just sell the investments just to prevent the market from going down further or probably increasing their losses. So given that situation, you may want to consider diversification across the different sectors as well. Because in this case, with a diversification, as we saw in one of the earlier sites, the Straits Times Index had an 8.4% gain. So with that, I'm pretty certain that you'll be able to so-called quote-unquote negate out the drops together with the profits, and from there you have a more consistent returns in the market. And the beauty of diversification is almost as close as you can get to a free lunch in investing. Don't you agree that if you have free money coming in, I think most of us won't say no, right? Yeah. Actually, if you have other passive income coming in, the more, the merrier. And this is from Barry Ritholtz, with one of the wealth fund manager as well over in the US, and he also has a podcast and financial blog. And some of you may be still thinking, wow, Vincent, it's still really too much work. Investing, you still have to take note of this, you have to take note of other macro factors and such. Is there really a more hands-free, capital guaranteed kind of approaches? Thankfully, in Singapore, we do have quite a few of these options. So for some of the capital guaranteed options approach, you can actually take a look at fixed deposits. Well, I believe most of us are very familiar with fixed deposits, especially for the past 1 year, the fixed deposits rates have been pretty high. But do take note, US already has announced that they'll be cutting their interest rates this year. And next up, we have the government bonds. So over on our Singapore end, we have the Singapore Savings Bond, which is more of a 10 years tenure kind of bond. And we have a T-bills where it's probably of a shorter tenure, about 6 months to 1 year. So if you're looking at investing in Singapore Savings Bond, likewise over on Value Investing Academy, they also have workshops on that, on how to invest in the Singapore Savings Bond. So you can reach out to the marketing team for Value Investing Academy to learn how to invest in those areas. So the good thing is because government bonds, they are guaranteed by the government. And for that particular case, you know that your capital will be protected. And the good thing about the government bonds in Singapore is, although maybe Singapore Savings Bond, you are locked in for 10 years. You'll be thinking, wow, Vincent, 10 years is a very long time. Maybe I'm already in my 50s and 60s. I don't have a lot of that 10 years to continue waiting for the maturity. The good news is for our Singapore Savings Bond, capital is actually guaranteed. So even though you need to wait 10 years for your money to be matured, you can actually take up any time and your capital is protected. And next up, in Singapore, I would say we are one of the few privileged countries that have savings or retirement plans that are capital guaranteed. So there are some savings plan whereby the tenure could be much shorter, maybe about, say, 2 to 3 years. Some can go as long as 10, 15 years to help for their kids' education. Or there are other spectrum whereby it's retirement plans. For example, like myself, I'm turning 36 this year. I've already got a couple of retirement plans back in the days when I started financial planning. Why do I buy into retirement plans, even though maybe in terms of returns wise, they may not be as fantastic as the stock market? This is because, like I mentioned earlier, I want to have certainty in my income retirement when I retire, isn't it? You don't want to be one day, wow, I'll be able to go to the restaurant to eat fancy food. And then the next day, I have to go to kopitiam and eat economic rice, cai peng, for example. I mean, that's not the kind of extreme lifestyle that we want during our retirement years, right? We want to have some form of visibility, to have some form of certainty. So that's the part whereby retirement plans will be able to give you the certainty and visibility during the retirement years in terms of the income you receive. And then we can beef it up with the investing income that you receive. So in terms of the tools that you can invest in, I believe over on Caden's side, he'll be able to share more with you. And last but not least, in Singapore, we also have this thing what we call a 3-generation plans. So what do we mean by 3-generation plans? 3-generation plans, as the name suggests, is for 3 generations. So say, for example, right now the parents were to buy a savings plan on their child as a form of insured. So in this particular situation, that's where there are 2 generations already. When the parents are no longer around, that is where this particular plan can actually be passed on to the grandchildren, namely because in this case, the death benefit of this particular plan can be passed on to the generation. So which is why this kind of plans are very favorable for people who are looking further ahead, who want to pass on as a form of 3 generations. If you're looking to probably even have a form of legacy putting for multiple generations ahead, then that's where probably you may need to take a look at setting up a trust for the benefit of it. And of course, let's not forget, what else can we do to ensure we can have some form of financial resilience? I'd like to share the story of William, again, not his real name, but he's an extended family member of mine. For himself, William actually diligently invests in the stock market on a regular basis. And for William, he actually called me one day, borrowed $10,000 to buy a motorcycle. So I was very puzzled because from my perspective, William is not those kind of high spender. Whatever surplus that he has, he will definitely plow it into the stock market and invest for the long run. So I was very surprised and I looked further. And to my amazement, he actually used whatever cash that he has in terms of emergency funds and whatever into the stock market. And that is the part that really took me by surprise, primarily because that was the same exact mistake that I made during the 06-07 before the global financial crisis happened. So that itself taught me a very important lesson whereby emergency fund is something that you should not touch and it should not be meant as a dry powder for the stock market. So this is from Dave Ramsey. Dave Ramsey said this: an emergency fund converts a crisis into an inconvenience. And it's true that, in times where he needs to, in his case, William's case, probably it could be in terms of the motorcycle, which is more of a want than a need. But can you imagine if it's a medical situation, then that itself could potentially be a lot more worse. And for those of you who do not know, Dave Ramsey is one of the personal finance kind of industry expert in this particular area. He has written many books on personal finance. And if you're interested to beef up in terms of your personal finance knowledge, you can also go and read up on some of the books by Dave Ramsey. And so in conclusion, what are some of the key takeaways in case you have missed some of the earlier portions? If you want to have consistent return, then that's the part whereby you may want to consider boring investments, because these boring investments, as you have seen in the earlier example, will give you consistent returns that will most probably outperform those kind of very volatile ones. And investments usually has risks involved. Nothing is guaranteed in investment. If anyone tells you that your investment return is guaranteed and capital protected, there's a very high chance it's scam. Sounds too good to be true, you better run away from it. And last but not least, if you'd like to have some form of free lunch in investing, as close as you can get to a free lunch, you may want to consider diversifying. So of course, there are many schools of thoughts on diversification. Due to time constraint, I may not be able to dive too deeply into that. We also have another segment in the autopilot in Value Investing Academy portion. That's the part whereby they will actually have a segment in terms of. So diversification is something that you can actually consider what you can do to actually reduce the volatility in your portfolio. Because what I've noticed is for those people who can take the extreme volatility of the stock market, we really belong to a handful of them. Most of us would rather prefer a safe, consistent return, albeit that it may be slightly slow. And last but not least, we have the emergency fund. Because at the end of the day, your emergency fund can really turn the crisis into inconvenience. So be sure that you have your emergency fund set aside, and the general rule of thumb of emergency fund is about 3 to 6 months. So say, for example, if your expenses is about, family expenses is about $5,000 per month, 3 months you need about 50,000, 6 months you need to have about 30,000. So it's good to save aside a minimally of about 15 to 30,000 in this emergency fund so that you can convert any of this crisis into inconvenience. And with that, it's the end of my segment. Are there any questions?
Yeah, thank you, Vincent. Vincent, you just hold the slides over there so that they can reach out to you.
Sure.
Maybe let me just ask you a couple of questions because I realize I still have a bit of time. In case some of the audience want to reach out to you, right? What are the things that they can ask you about or chit chat with you about?
Yeah, sure. You can definitely reach out to me via the LinkedIn. I'm quite active over on the LinkedIn as well. Or you can scan the QR code to get the LinkedIn link. And then last but not least, you can also email me at my company email, vincent.chua@infinityfa.com.sg.
Okay, let me check. Is there a question? Let me just scroll down, right? Hang on. By the way, I'm just going to chit chat with Vincent because there's still some time left, maybe for about 10 minutes. Please
Sure.
feel, there's some question. Maybe I read it out to you. For inflation-linked bonds or ILB, are they only restricted to minimum size of 250,000? Dennis Wee.
Yeah. Thank you, Dennis, for your question. For inflation-linked bond, I would say we have to take a look because they are mainly focused on the US side. So some of them really don't require, especially if you are going through via the bank route. So in Singapore, if you find that you do not want to get involved with opening of brokerage accounts and such, that's the part whereby you may need to consider going to the bank and maybe the minimum quantum that they are looking at. But if you are looking at others, then maybe in terms of the US stock market, opening of brokerage accounts, then that's the part, maybe it may require less than that.
Okay, next question is what kind of IL bonds are being offered at SG and where can we buy it from Martin?
Oh, okay. Thank you, Martin, for your question. As mentioned earlier, it could be from the banks, or you can open a brokerage account over on the US side to enter into those kind of inflation-linked bonds.
Okay, I think the next question is quite similar. How do we get to know more about inflation-linked bonds? I suppose Google, right, or ChatGPT. Yeah. Okay, what's the minimum to participate with this? Minimum, is there a minimum? Or is it case by case?
Sorry, participate in which one? The inflation-linked bonds?
Yeah, inflation-linked bonds.
Okay. It really depends. So that's why it depends on the route that you are taking. If you are going via the bank, then I suppose bankers usually will need to take a look at a minimum of 250,000. Oh, the other thing to take note is sometimes there may be other certain criteria like being an accredited investor. So for the benefit of those who are not familiar with accredited investor, it may be the case of $300,000 of annual income, or you need to be having a net asset value of more than 2 million. Then you'll be considered accredited investor. So if you are not in that particular category, maybe another alternative that you can consider is probably buying into a bond mutual funds. So over in Singapore, like advisors in terms of buying into bond funds, and that's the part whereby they will be able to help you to keep up with inflation because you have a dedicated bond fund manager to help you to pick up funds or bonds rather that you can diversify with a small quantum, probably just a few $1,000s, or maybe hundreds of dollars per month and investing regularly into this bond fund. So that itself will be able to help you to keep up with inflation.
Okay, there's one question which is quite interesting. Just now, Vincent, this is from Wee Shin. Just now, Vincent mentioned about 3-generation plan. Can you elaborate on it? Is it crypto?
Well, you can definitely use crypto as a form of asset for legacy planning. So for 3-generation plans, the key idea is to pass on from one generation to the other. And why is it called 3-generation plans? Just a quick recap. In the first generation, you have your parents, right? So the parents will buy it on the child as a form of savings. So that itself is 2-generation saving. So there are many savings plans out there that can allow you to do that. But maybe because most of the plans that we have seen has a fixed tenure of maybe 10, 15 years and after that, it's already, right? So this kind of 3-generation plans tend to go longer. So imagine there are some plans where you can actually go on to as long as a person's 120 years old. So you buy it on the child, and the child maybe this year is 10 years old. And by the time you have 110 years of runway for the child to grow this plan, and by the time this particular child passes on, there'll be a death benefit from this particular plan. So the death benefit will pass on to the children's children, right? So in this case, it becomes a 3-generation plan. So hope that explains, Wei Shin.
Okay, just now while I was listening to the answer, I think it's important to contact Vincent directly. Because I think there's some details like, 3 generation. Yeah, well, this one not easy because my 1 generation, I really find I got some trouble. Okay. Okay, let me see. Hi, Vincent. Can I approach you to carve out my personal all-weather portfolio? I suppose it's yes.
Definitely yes, sir. Yeah, you can reach out to me via LinkedIn or probably my corporate email.
Yeah, of course, yes. That's why we left the screen over here. Okay, next one is by Yvonne, right? What is your view of unit trusts provided by the banks?
Wow, that's a very good question because I need to phrase it correctly. Okay, I see banks as another platform where you can actually acquire unit trust. In fact, there are many options where you can buy unit trust. There are other platforms like probably even like Moomoo and all those, or you can go through platforms like FSM, or say for example, like myself, I also sell unit trust. So I'll say most of the time, what I notice is because bankers, they have a certain sales quota that they need to achieve, right? So you notice they are usually very fast paced. They want to see that, oh, okay, these are the unit trusts that may be suitable for you, and then you can just consider. There are very, I would say only a handful of bankers that I've come across will really sit down and go a little bit more in that, hey, what do you have in your current portfolio? Can this unit trust complement your existing holdings? Because at the end of the day, from my point of view as a certified financial planner and chartered financial consultant, I realized that it's important to take a look in totality. Say, for example, recently I met across this particular person. He's really financially free, He has, I think, 2 or 3 properties renting out and then easily getting about 20,000-30,000. And then in terms of just fixed deposit alone, he has close to about $1 million plus. So he was like looking at me, hey, Vincent, right now I understand that fixed deposit is coming down already. Do you have any other options for me? That's why I actually sat down with him and told him, can I take a look at your existing holdings? How much is your cash flow and everything before I give you the advice? Because if I were to give you an advice without knowing what is your current condition, I think I'm doing you a disservice. Can you imagine I'm the kind of doctor that tells you that, hey, today you have headache, just go and take Panadol without asking you, do you have any allergies? Do you have any family history and things like that? Then what happens if this Panadol that you have taken suddenly leads you to having other complications? So to me, I don't think that's very fair. And as a result, I prefer to go a little bit more in depth and understand what is your current portfolio before I advise what kind of investments or unit trusts will be suitable for you.
Yeah, by the way, just to let you know that it's quite difficult for Vincent to answer some very specific question like how much percentage should we invest in crypto? Wow, this one, if he tell you the X%, he's going to get himself into trouble.
Yes.
Yeah. Yeah.
So this one, CJ, we can probably arrange a second meeting because CJ is also a friend of mine. Yeah, we can arrange a separate offline meeting to discuss further.
So for those people whose question is very specific, like how many percent, what should I do? Do I do 1, 2, 3, right? I think better reach out to Vincent. Yeah, you buy him 1 cup of coffee, then that 1 cup of coffee can last 1 hour. Okay, let me see what else. We just take the last few questions so that Vincent can also take a break. Okay, wow, this one, I don't know whether you want to answer. From Chris, what are your charges for reviewing and advising the portfolio?
Oh, okay. I think that part definitely depends on individual because at the end of the day, instead of looking at just charges, right, I would say, can I even value add you in the first place, right? Because if I take a look at your portfolio and I realize that you belong to that, for example, maybe ultra high net worth kind of space and the kind of returns they are looking at 8 to 10% minimally every year, and I don't have that kind of product range, then how? So there's the part whereby probably instead of looking at charges, let's sit down, have a cup of coffee and see if there's anything that I can value add. And then from there, if it's suitable, then we talk about charges thereafter. Because without taking a look at whether if I can give you the kind of service and value add, and if our, in terms of arrangements can be aligned, then I think thinking about charges is like putting the before the horse kind of situation. So it answers your question.
Okay, so I think I totally agree with Vincent. I think it's important for us to always see, can we help first? Because if we cannot help, even free is also expensive. That's quite important. So maybe the other question, I'll just help Vincent a bit. Then I jump to the last two questions. Moomoo or Tiger Trade app, is it not suitable for long-term investment? Okay, this one I'm not very sure what do you mean by that. Is it bank's investment portal which link to CDP, best? Okay, so for Fion, I guess you're pretty new to stock investment, right? Just to let you know that if you open a brokerage account with any of the licensed broker in Singapore, and then you invest in local stocks, for example, Sheng Siong or whatever, and you're not using the custodian account, right? The stocks that you bought will be stocked in CDP in the sense that if touch wood, right, if the broker that you transact go broke, yeah, your securities are still intact. But if you open a brokerage account and yours, whichever broker, but yours is a custodian account, it simply means that the stocks that you actually bought is under the name of the broker, which also means that if the broker perish, your stocks will also perish. Yeah, so it all depends on you. If you're a trader, usually people will use custodian account. If it's for long-term investment, let's say for my case, I don't use because a long time, right, I press once. So I don't have to save on the brokerage fee. Okay, so let's go back to Vincent. This is also quite difficult. With US Fed plan rate cuts, in your opinion, which sectors in SG market will be most or least affected? Wow, you're the economist. Okay, it's okay. Give you a chance.
Yeah, definitely put at the spot here. Yeah, but I'll probably take this more of a trendy kind of approach, friend, because on my end, can only advise on the mutual funds and ETFs portion. So personally, what I will do for my own portfolio, I can't say what you can do for your portfolio because I do not know your specific situation. I'll be probably looking at certain sectors where they are most closely related to interest rates. So for example, okay, instead of saying whether this particular sector is good or bad, let's take a step back and take a look. What are some sectors that will be affected? For example, banks. So we know that if interest rates cut, will banks be affected? Would it be a good option to invest? You decide for yourself. There are other also sectors like, for example, REITs, real estate investment trusts. Primarily because they invest 90%, they need to distribute back 90% of their profits to the shareholders. Most of the time, they can only have sufficient to service their loans. So in this case, when interest rates drops, will REITs be one of the benefactors of this sector? Again, you ask yourself. And then there are also other sectors where maybe, for example, they are very capital intensive. All right. Then in this particular situation with a lot of loans, when interest rates drops, would they be a benefactor of this? So you can take a look at these three questions. I cannot answer you directly because, in my current situation, it's a little bit tricky to give you a very direct answer. Pose to you these questions and you ask yourself, these three sectors, which one would be one of the beneficiaries of this situation? If it is, then there's a very high chance that one of these sectors would be able to benefit from this particular situation. So I hope that answers your question.
By the way, in summary, it's quite difficult. It's quite difficult. I think it's important for you to buy Vincent a cup of coffee. You're asking really a Nobel Prize question. This is quite tough. Okay.
Yeah, or the other possibility would be to attend Cadence Value Investing course, and then from there you'll be able to learn more as well.
By the way, I think I read somewhere, or is it from Liu Feng, who's our next speaker? I think there were a couple of Nobel Prizes who came together. I think they are economists, and they want to manage funds for people. Yeah, so they thought that if I know a lot of economics, whatever, right, they're going to make money. Eventually, the Nobel Prize winning economists lose money. Yeah, so in other words, trying to predict super big macro economics, I think it's futile. I think we better go into specific. Yeah, because it needs specific, better buy coffee for Vincent. Yeah, this one we can talk until the accounts come home. Okay, so I think I'll wrap it up by asking Vincent one question. So Vincent, you really look very young, right? Maybe in relation to my age. Yeah, so if you could turn back time, right, maybe in your 20s, right now you're 30s, I suppose. So if you could turn back time in your 20s, and there may be some people who are the 20s in this audience, if you could restart your life again at 20s, what is one thing that you should have done, right, but you didn't do it when you're in your 20s?
Oh, that definitely would be looking for a mentor that can guide me on this journey. Because I think back then, you realize that my life journey is more important. Because I always believe that I know more than what other people. And that was that. limiting belief that held me back, and I have to knock a lot of walls to realize that, hey, you know, this route can't take, that route has some pitfalls, there are certain blind spots. But if you have a mentor that's guiding you, then that's the part whereby you'll be able to realize, hey, before you even embark on this journey, your mentor will most probably highlight to you, hey, be careful, there's a pothole in front. Hey, be careful, there's a wall coming. And then if you do take this, take a look at the low-hanging kind of steel bar, and you need to push those kind of stuff. So having a mentor becomes very, very essential in cutting short your journey to success. And I believe with the right mentor, right, you'll be able to catapult your success much, much earlier without having to go through all those pain and suffering.
By the way, I totally agree with Vincent, right? Is sometimes we take things for granted about not having a mentor. Because if you don't have a mentor, you're going to recreate the wheel. You may spend 10 years, 20 years, and eventually nothing gets done. So I think it's important that we have a mentor, and no money can ever buy a second of time, so that we can save that time. So again, Vincent, thanks for joining us today. Again, for those people who are looking at this screen, can you please take a photo? Maybe at this moment you felt that you don't need it, right? And then suddenly you realize that, wow, you want to make 10 generation plan. Yeah, so at least you have taken a photo of this. Yeah, please take a photo of this. And again, we appreciate Vincent's precious time, and of course his colleague is also here to support him. Now, can we give Vincent a round of applause? Yay!
Thank you again, Kaden, for the opportunity, and really very grateful to be part of the panel speakers among all the different giants. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Okay, so thank you, Vincent. We have one more speaker, right? One more speaker. You know, last time when I was in school, you know, my form teacher always say, wow, we must always leave the best thing to the last. Best thing to the last. Yeah. And of course, Vincent is also a very good speaker. So right now we have the last speaker for the day, which is again very, very important. Yeah. So again, we leave the best thing to the last, which is why I was last in class. The best thing, the best thing I always leave to the last. Okay, so I just make sure that all the technical specs are up, and I'm just going to pull up the screen, right? Okay. By the way, the next segment is going to be done by a good friend of mine, really good friend of mine. Let me just pull this slide up, and I'm going to share the screen. Yeah. So you can see over the other side, right? They're trying to sort out the technical part. Yeah. Okay, so while the team is sorting out the technical part, maybe let me just introduce the last speaker. Yeah, by the way, his name is called Liu Feng. Liu Feng graduated from one of the top 3 universities in Asia, and it's called Beijing University. The last time I checked, I think Beijing University is ranked number 2. And then NUS is ranked number 3. Yep, so he came to Singapore, and then interestingly, he told me he got nothing to do, and then he finished his ACCA and CFA. So usually for me, if it's nothing to do, then I have nothing to do. But if nothing to do, he really brushed himself, right, with a lot of skills. He is one of the very rare full-time value investor that I got to know. And there's one amazing thing that I don't think anyone in my social circle actually does it. Yep, so his hobby, yep, not job, right? His hobby is actually to read annual report. Yeah, so the last time I went to his house, that was many years ago when his son was P5. That was the first time that I visited Liu Feng's house. He has a study room with the shelves, right? And on the bookshelves lies all the value investing books, the annual reports. Yeah, but if you go to my house, mine's a Doraemon or manga. So it's quite different. Yeah, so his hobby, his passion is really in investing and reading annual report. Yeah, and he started out by reading a book, right? Yeah, about Warren Buffett. I think there's a small little arrow here, not buffet, in 1996. That was many years ago. And then after that, he has done extensive studies on value investing gurus, Benjamin Graham, Philip Fisher, Peter Lynch, and so on. I think most of his experience is gathered, right, from real life investing experience. So now the question is, where did he get such opportunities? Because right now, he works as a full-time remisier in OCBC Securities. So sometimes customers will call him, hey, what do you think about this stocks? And we all know that in the Singapore Stock Exchange, the number of companies may be about 700 plus. And if you listen to all these questions every day, I think you master by knowing every single company. Yeah, and through my eyes, I think he's like the Warren Buffett of Singapore. He knows practically almost every company in Singapore. So today I'm really happy. By the way, I got to know Liu Fong since his son was P5 right now. I think it's maybe mid-20s, many years. And every time when he speak, I listen. I listen. So right now, let's put our hands together, right? And welcome Liu Fong. Yay! I'm going to stop share. I'm going to stop share. So I just need my colleague to help Liu Fong with the slides. Yeah. So I think Liu Fong, before he starts, he will probably read some of the disclaimer because he's a licensed broker with OCBC Securities. I think there's some protocol, right? He needs to read. Yeah, before he gets started. Yeah. By the way, remember I told you that Liu Fong is like the Warren Buffett of Singapore. Yeah. So he's not so good at technology. Okay. But it's good. but it's good investing. Okay, so Liu Fong, thanks for joining us. I shall hand over the airtime to you. Thank you.
Okay, good morning, Hayden. Glad to be here to share about a specific case. Okay. How close this side? I think the screen, I think left side. I want to close this side. This side. I mean. Oh, okay. Okay. Before I talk about the case study, let me read through the disclaimer. The purpose of this case study is solely to illustrate the application of value investing methodology and various valuation methods in the context of real-life companies for continued learning of value investing method and investor education. Under no circumstance does any information provided in the case study represent a recommendation to buy, sell, or hold any stocks. The illustration in the case study demonstrate the general application of value investing principles and do not take into consideration the individual characteristic, profile, and risk appetite of a given investor. In no event shall VIA or any author be liable to any view, guest, or third party, any viewer, guest, or third party for any damages of any kind arising out of the use of any content shared here, including, without limitation, use of such content outside of its intended purpose of investor education, and any investment losses, lost profit, lost opportunity, special, incidental, indirect, consequential, or punitive damage resulting from such unintended use. Neither Man Genesis Investment Private Limited nor VIA are operated by or affiliated with any broker, dealer, or licensed financial advisor. The information provided in this document is meant for education purpose and is in no instance to be regarded as investment advice. You are advised to practice due diligence before making any financial decision. All forms of investment carry risk, and such activity may not be suitable for everyone. We are not liable for any losses incurred from your investment activity. Past investment performance is not necessarily indicative of future performance, even if the same strategy are adopted. The information on this presentation is not intended to be, nor does it constitute investment advice or investment recommendation. Neither VIA nor the author make any representation or warranty as to the completeness or accuracy of the information in the case study. As you know, I'm a remiser, but now I'm work as educator capacity. So today, I'm not a financial advisor, I'm educator for today. Okay, next page. How come doesn't scroll to next page? Okay. So before I talk about the case study, let me share Warren Buffett's framework. As we know, Warren Buffett is the most successful value investor. When we talk about value investing, we must talk about Warren Buffett. The way he treated it is like this. First, you treat the stock as a fraction of business, quite obvious. The next is Mr. Market. Mr. Market is the market itself. You shouldn't be guided by the market. You should make use of market you take as an opportunity. How to know whether you are guided by Mr. Market or you're guided by value. If tomorrow is Sunday, if you place an order without look at the market, since Sunday you don't have a price, you're guided by value probably. If you must wait until the market open, quite obvious you are guided by Mr. Market. So value investing will not follow Mr. Market. The third one is margin of safety, the third concept. So the margin of safety works in this way. As a business, we know how much it was. We calculate the intrinsic value of business divided by number of shares. We know the intrinsic value of one share. And we compare that with the share price. If we hope there is discount, we call this margin of safety. The higher, the better. If you buy with considerable discount, the price go back to normal, go back to intrinsic value, the potential profit is there. And the last one is Warren Buffett divided by after he met Charlie Munger. The first three was from his mentor, Ben Graham. The next is he focused on circle of patterns. He is not just buying any company cheap. So that Ben Graham does focus on cheap company. So Warren Buffett also focus on quality. He looked for company with economic moats, and he looked for his own circle of competence. When you develop over the years, you understand certain number of certain company. Okay, so without further ado, let me talk about SUTL, the case study. Okay, we will cover a few items. The first, we will talk about circle of competence. We talk about the company background. What does the company do? Where is the company? What's the future plan? So you need to know the company. And also you need to know economic mode and competitors. Then you need to know the financials, earning per share, return on equity, return on asset. The company need to be conservatively financed. We look at the cash flow. And another one is when we talk about company, definitely you need to look at the risk. We have a framework scan, later I show you. And finally, you look at the price, whether at the price, at the market price, it makes business sense. If it doesn't, then you need to wait. Okay, intro. So SUTL, what do they do? Okay, by the way, we are talking about SUTL Enterprise, which operate the marina business. And a little bit about the company history. Actually, there was a company by the name of Chiva. It was an electronic component distributor. They acquired SUTL Marina business in 2015. After that, mentioned the company name to SUTL Enterprise. Then later there is a share consolidation, 10 shares become 1. And the number of shares become 86 million. And since then until now, it's still 86 million. And in 2016, they get rid of this Chiva, sold the business. It was in January. So when I read annual report, although I like to read annual report, I don't read the one before 2015. I read from 2016. It's relevant and they dispose it in January. So it's very complete. Almost all SUTL business, the marina business, So the listing history, in a sense, is short from 2016 is relevant. And circle of competitors, we talk about these three elements. First, what, where, and future plan of the company. You can see, let's go back to this photo. This is Sentosa Cove. They have a marina over here. You can go there, take a look. It's almost full. That's good sign. So what do? They have three business. The first one operate the marina. They own the 1 Degree 15 Club. And there is a marina with wet berths, dry berths, the yacht. So this one is capital intensive. They need to invest. Of course, they manage by themselves. Also, there is a restaurant, a small hotel over there. So this is the main business so far. But because they will, since they have this expertise, they like to share the expertise and earn management fee. The second one is management contract for third party. It's a asset-like business. I like this even more because you don't need to put in capital. So later I have a list of the management contract that they have. The third one is yacht chartering. So you can charter a yacht. Own a yacht is quite expensive, but yacht not too expensive. Singapore is an affluent society. Actually, many people, if they want to have fun, they can rent a yacht for one day, that kind of thing. So they own 40 luxurious yachts. Where is the business? So now they have, they claim to have 1,006 berths and six marina with 1,006 berths and 400 rooms across 4 countries. Basically, they have Singapore and Indonesia, China, and USA. So got some contract with Thailand, but it's not written here. They have one in Malaysia, but sold recently. Okay, so this is a list of the marina they have. The first is in Sentosa Cove. This is one they built. They own the land until 2034, not too long. This year 2024, it's around 10 years left. This I think they got the land in 2004. The marina opened in 2007. It's very successful. Later I'll show you the award they get. And the next, we've got this Pottery Harbour Johor, 60% owned. They started to sell the membership, seems not so successful. Later they get rid of this business, sold the marina. So from now onwards, actually this Pottery Harbour in Johor has nothing to do with them. Already fully sold. The next is, this is important, Brooklyn, New York. And we all know the US side, they have long history of playing this kind of jobs. Over there, it's more affluent society for very long. And 115, they can get this contract from US side. That shows some quality over there. And they have some in China and some in Indonesia. All these other management contracts are actually delayed by COVID-19. Supposed to operate in, let's say, 2018, 2019, all delayed to maybe around here. And there was a serious lockdown for a COVID period. And the Miruk Island in Indonesia, this project was just finished and opened in July 2023. So we know this Miruk Island is just 8 nautical miles from Singapore. So we can expect there is a lot of synergy. And the SUTL Enterprise, the report, financial report, only the first half released. First half is until June 30th. So we can see the Europe Island, the contribution is not there. And also they just started, there is some incubation period. You won't immediately get synergy. I think for let's say Singapore and China, there is also synergy, but not so obvious. This one, it's only 8 nautical miles. We know Sentosa Cove now is full, so they can shift some of their yacht to Indonesia and leave it open for Singapore. Singapore, the rental is higher, the berth rental is higher. We can optimize for this kind of thing, so revenue, and do a lot of other things, and they can put their yacht in Indonesia, and when somebody trying to rent, they can quickly bring back to Singapore, where it's only 8 nautical miles. And next, we talk about their client. We will definitely, when we analyze a company, we will use this Michael Porter's framework. You analyze 5 force analysis, but we don't have time to cover so many things today. Okay, so basically, those who own a yacht typically are high net worth individual, and Singapore and Asia have a lot of potential growth, and we have a lot of high net worth individual migrate to Singapore. And their revenue type. First, they have a sales of goods and service. I have a breakdown. And then we have membership. I like this membership-related service very much because they have a show, let's say for 1 degree 15 Singapore to Sentosa, they sold the membership. And it's just after the time pass by, they will get income. Now the money already in their balance sheet, but they don't treat it as income. Only when time pass by, they will earn the income. And for this sales of goods and service, let's say they operate a food and beverage, they have a restaurant. I have visited a few times, quite good. And it's near the sea, good environment as well. They have swimming area, gym. And one more thing is, I need to highlight that they have a custom inspection quarantine facility. Basically, for those who came to Singapore, no need to go to sister island to pass the custom. Straight away go to their project where is custom. Same for the Europe Island in Indonesia, that project. So basically, you can check in through the custom and go to the Indonesia side with passport free easily. And people value convenience. And next is a membership fee. They have subscription fee, transfer fee, entrance fee, management fee. So during COVID period, the transfer fee not much because not many people buy and sell the membership. When there is transfer, they will also earn a little bit. This is a revenue substantially from sales of goods and service. But I think the better part is the membership is easy money. And more captive, since you are already member. And also, since the parking is so full, the bus, you need to be member to be able to park there. Otherwise, it's too expensive. So their revenue is like this. During this period, obviously affected by COVID-19. And here in, 2020 COVID. Okay. And this company, we can put the earning per share. This is the chart of earning per share over the years. Before 2016, we don't have. It's achiever. It's losing money. After 2016, we earn initially 4.46 cents, go up to 8.74 cents. And it was affected by COVID because all the overseas projects seems not flying. So the growth rate is about 11.9%. It's a medium growth company. The company has a lot of potential future growth. They may scale up. So, but so far it didn't because affected by COVID, but the projects are still there. So their future plan is this: acquisition. They may acquire some marina if they like it, and this is capital intensive. Another is they have a pipeline of management contract. And the dream is adorn a string of pearls along the beautiful coastal line of Asia. Each pearl represents the 115 branded marina where the international boating community can get together and to explore the region. So this is the growth prospect. So for the industry, the global luxury yacht market is forecast to expand at an annual compound rate of 9.8% to 12.7 billion by 2028. And for global luxury market size was valued at 7.2 in 2022. So you see the compound rate is about 9.8%. We expect Asia should grow faster. For SUTL fly, many management contract across Asia, but majority not yet contributing. And for Warren Buffett, the analogy, he won a company with a wide economic mode. This is a graph to show somebody in the castle trying to defend the castle. This is the attacker over here. They try to attack. So if the economic mode, if the mode is wide, it's difficult for them to attack. Better over here inside the mode, there is a crocodile swimming over here, even better. So for then we talk about this company's economic mode. For company with economic mode, they are more protected. And for the SUTL enterprise, they have a strong mode. They have a brand. Later I show you in next step. And also strong management other day. This is a steady man. Actually, he's the boss of SUTL Global, which is SUTL Enterprise parent company. The parent company hold about 55% of SUTL Enterprise. After the parent company, SUTL Global, they distribute things like tobacco or British American Tobacco, BAT, and also some other coffee, aqua coffee, the PM products, and also some alcohol products, quite a wide range of commodities they distribute. And this company is cash rich. So they have a recurring income. The membership is recurring in nature. And in fact, during the COVID period, the yacht still need to park over there. So they don't lose income from there. And next is they give dividend for many, many years. Later I show you in the chat. And this is a active revenue for membership income. I like it. And they have positive outlook. We can scale. They have a scale up potential. Just now I show you there are a lot of management contract not yet contributing. And the brand, 1 Degree 15 brand. It's basically this is the type of toll road business. I think everybody understand toll road because we have so many ERP. You need a bus to park the yacht and pay even during COVID. And there is seesaw constraint. And in Singapore, they have Navy, shipyards, and also one of the largest port in the world. They occupy a lot of area. Actually, doesn't left too much seesaw for this kind of marina business. And luckily, 1 degree 15, SUTL Enterprise, they have. And for 115, Marina Sentosa Cove was awarded for International Marina of the Year for consecutively for 2022 and 2023. And they are awarded for Best Asian Marina of the Year 7 times since its opening. They didn't open for many times. It's just 15, 16 years. They have been awarded for 7 times for best. It's equivalent to Changi Airport. So next. They have some competition. This is the first one is SUTL Enterprise, the 1 degree 15 Marina at Sentosa. They have 272 wet berths, include 32 mega yacht berths. The competitors, the berths are relatively smaller. And also, I think the Sentosa side, the seesaw looks beautiful. The Singapore Strait is wider than Johor Strait, so some of the marina in the north side of Singapore, it doesn't look so beautiful, I think, scenery. And some basic info for this company, number of shares, they have 86 million shares. I think this figure you always need to remember. When you saw anything, you divide it by this, you can have a sense of how much it's worth. Let's say cash, you divide, you know per share how much is there. And market cap is about 57 million. Actually, yesterday price 675, so it's 57.5 million yesterday. And earning per share for 2022 is 8.73 cents. The first half is 5.51 cents. It's actually better than the 2022 for 2023. The lockdown has been released, no more lockdown. Everybody go out, play with revenge. So that's a scenario. And net asset value is 71 cents. Actually, the share price is below net asset value. And if this company in Tokyo Exchange, they will be in the list of shame, because now Tokyo Stock Exchange put up a list every month. Say this company, the PB is still below 1. You need to do something. You need to have a capital efficiency plan to improve your capital efficiency. Why like that? So they shame the company. But this company, it seems quite successful, but still below net asset value. We net cash some more is 54 cents per share. Net cash, my definition is the cash they have minus those borrowing. And dividend is 5 cents for 2022. And major shareholder SUTL Group. And okay, this one I already talked about the reverse takeover. Okay, financials. First, we look at the earning per share, then ROE, ROA, debts, cash flow. Okay. This is a revenue. You can see here the membership is revenue is a blue line. The total revenue is the red line. Red line is a bit more volatile. During COVID period, we have lesser revenue because the restaurant is closed. And now 2022, things the restaurant open again, people consume. I think in Singapore now, you go to any restaurant, it's quite full. And this gap is those kind of other income rather than the membership. But I focus a lot on this membership. I hope it grow in the future because we have some other yacht. And ultimately, what we want is earning power. Ability to consistently earn high earnings shows exceptional business. So the criteria is earning. We want those are consistent and predictable, uptrend growing. Actually, stagnant company doesn't work that much. If declining company, even worse. It's quite obvious. So for this company, it's I only show things they have disposed of Achieva, and the earning per share from 4.46 go up to 8.73. During this period was affected by COVID. Over here, it's there is a little bit of cost increase. Probably prepare for the Malaysia yacht that didn't fly, and also membership income dropped a little bit during this period, 2019. And this is earning per share. The formula is net income of the company divided by outstanding share of the company. So earning per share we can link to share price. The net income we can't. And the earning per share can be consistent and growing, but if earning compared to equity is low, may not be good because it's inefficient. We want good business with high return on equity. The return on equity is net income divided by shareholder equity. Our criteria is we look for 10 years. Unfortunately, this company don't have 10 years. We aim for 10%. And this is the figure they have. And for the early period, next year, they have some cash drag. They have too much cash. Later, they distributed. So for the later period, let's say for 2022, it's increased because they have a lot of idle cash not contributing during the early period. And for this 2 year, 2020, 2021, it was due to COVID. Next is ROA. So we know Lehman Brothers, those kind of company before it collapsed also very high ROE. So we need to be careful of a company borrow a lot with very little equity. That kind of company not so safe. So we do this. We use asset instead of just relying on equity to budget. The formula is this: net income divided by total asset. Not only shareholder equity, also you include the liability. So you put together all your assets, see the contribution. We want the figure to be more than 7%. For this company, not fulfill all the period. Some of the period was affected by COVID, and also there is stress. They have too much cash. But overall, the trend is upwards, and I hope next year to be better, and COVID is leaving us. Okay. Sorry. Next, we want a company with low debts. For this company, we want strong business, huge cash flow, and low debts. And our criteria is this: 5 times net income more than the long-term debts. So for this company, you can see actually no need 5 times. Just 1 time already exceeded long-term debts. They have long-term debts only in 2020. They have some capital expenditure. They need to borrow a little bit. Why they have so much cash they still borrow? I think the reason is the cash belong to members. They are quite conservative. They buy some of the treasury bill to keep it. So that shows they are quite disciplined. That's 1/1,000,000 actually quite little. And they gradually pay off. We expect next year 2023 still have some, 2024 should no more. So every year pass. And next is we still talk about debts. We look at the debt to equity ratio should be below 0.5, and interest cover, we hope it's more than 5 times. Interest cover is profit before interest and tax divided by interest expense. if your interest cover is 1, that means your company work for the bank. So all your profit go to the bank. You're left with 0 for yourself. Okay, so for this company, you can see the debt to equity actually is 0.02, 0.017 for from 2020 to 2022. Actually, hardly any debt. And the interest cover is more than 10,000 times. It's so because the interest is so negligible. So obviously, next, I think this is an important slide. We look at the cash flow from operation, capital expenditure, net cash, dividend per share, and net cash per share. You see, add up for these few years, the cash flow from operation every year is positive. This is and also the figure is decent. You can divide all the figure by 86 million. This is, let's say, 5.4 million divided by 86 million. You got maybe around 6 cents. You can compare with share price. See, for per share, how much is cash flow from operation? Over the years, they have make up cash flow from operation. We got 57 million. You can divide by 86, you see how many cents. And next is capital expenditure. They have some capital expenditure. You look at the figure, only these 2 years a little bit bigger. Most of the years significant below the cash flow from operation. This is not the case for all the companies. There are companies that capital expenditure always grow, and the company you can never see cash. And for this company, you can see their cash is growing. Initially, net cash was 40 over million, gradually grow to 54 million, and they have paid dividend. This is all by cent. You can use 2 cents times 86 million. You see how much? And gradually, it's still growing. Over the years, they have paid 27 cents. In fact, this company attracted me only in 2021 when we give 12 cent dividend. You see, hey, how much? Why we give so much? What happens? I find it's interesting. And its result is, I may not notice this company. So 12 cents. And at the end of the day, you see, the net cash dropped a little bit from 57 cents to 53 cents. Why it dropped? Because it gave more than what they earn. But still, this is, you see, flow from operations 7.7 million. 12 cents times 86 million is around 10 million, I guess. So they give more. So gradually reduce a little bit of their shareholder equity also. But they still have 64 cents cash per share. Because over here you can see in 2022 they have humongous cash flow. So overall, this company make money, spend money, distribute dividend, still cash is growing. So I expect future dividend is quite certain. And if you look at the share price, 67.5 cents, and the cash is 64 cents. And next we look at the risk. We have a okay, our next step. There is a blank step. So we look at whether specialized labor is required. I think not much specialized labor. Competition manageable, B. And whether they are able to raise price. Okay, I just checked for, luckily I saved in this day, October 23rd, I checked their website and saved the price, the rental rate for white birds. Actually, across the board, I just look at January 18, 2 days ago, across the board increased. So you see, I just give one example for 1 degree 15, Sentosa Cove Marina, 61 to 70 feet boat. This is per foot per month. So for October 23rd, which I saved, the price was 50.65. So basically, if it's 61 feet, it's about 3,000 over dollar per month into GST. And I think recently the COE price dropped. You look at this, January 18, it's 55. GST increased 1%. For the first rate, you see, increased about 10%. So if you look at the net, I think it's an increase about 8%. That shows they have some ability to raise price. But why I put a green, yellow color? Because it's just 1 year. I also need to see next year. If it continues to raise, that's a good sign. We know it's full, but whether it can increase, whether the yacht go to other place, it seems okay. And competition management should be, and new technology help. I think new technology may increase their efficiency, and the yacht will not be replaced. People still play in this way. It's not something like the business was disrupted. Nobody use it. Like a typewriter, nobody use it. And price. Does the current price make business sense? So you see, I don't need to use a complex calculation and discount cash flow. It's quite obvious. You almost pay nothing for a business with strong moat. The net asset value, 71 cents, and cash, 64 cents. Typically, it's for lousy business, it's this scenario. But for good business, I see there is a lot of prospects, shouldn't be like this. So I feel it's cheap. And margin of safety, there is quite obvious margin of safety that grows. And just now I mentioned there is scale up, scale out opportunity. It seems not pressed in. Only factor in the bird in hand, not bird in the bush. So I will treat the Sentosa as 1 degree 15 as bird in hand. Bird in the bush is those China, Thailand, those other marina. It's still developing. And do we wait until that settle down? So for this is about timing. This company, we know the land lease for 1 degree 15 Sentosa land is until 2034. In fact, the Singapore land policy, according to common law, if land lease deal, the land as well as the building go back to the landlord without any compensation. So for this case, go to Sentosa Development, which is government. And since I think 20 years ago, in order to encourage the lessee to maintain the building, to enhance the building, actually government waive the building premium when lease renewal is granted. Otherwise, before that, since everything belongs to government, you need to pay the land premium and building premium. Now, actually, you don't need to pay the building premium. And there is certain condition to meet. I think for SUTL case, it shouldn't be difficult. And also, I feel there is no reason that since SUTL is operating well, the government one lease renew give to others. So my guess, this is my guess, I emphasize, SUTL will get the renewal for this piece of land, need to pay land premium according to government policy. And this is a dividend, and dividend matters. And just now I already say it's paid 27 cents over the years from 2016 to 2022. First. Okay, you can find a dividend from this SGX website, www.sgx.com. When you go to corporate action, you can find all the company's dividend since 1992. How I got this company? I think one day give 10 cent dividend actually to attract me. The interim they give 10 cent, finally they still give 2 cents. So the 10 cent dividend attract me. And be careful of new business. Some new business may destroy a company. For this company's case, they invest in this Proceed Harbor, not so successful. They have sold now, but they didn't lose money, so it's still okay. A less complex financial structure is a plus. And for some of the company, they are so complex, they have a perpetual, all sort of complex product. Like we have a list of Australia company, I don't name them now. And time is scarce resource for any investor. When I wrote this, I'm referring to this. There are simple investors. They like to analyze complex company. Like all those conglomerate is very, very sophisticated for the balance sheet P&L. You analyze one company equivalent to many companies. So tips are just around you, and we have many listing company. When you go to a shopping mall, likely you belong to Fraser, Centerpoint Trust, ACT. You look at the shop, quite some of them are listed company, but now many, like in the past we have Yuan Sheng, Bright Talk, Posim, but now all delisted. And don't kill the goose that lays the golden eggs. In the past, I have some experience during the global financial crisis. I have a company by a stock by the name of Wycombe. Since many other stocks dropped, that one didn't still hold well. I sold it. It was too earlier, because during the moral of the story is during the crisis, don't panic. And later, the share price went up a few times since I sold. I bought at 70 cents, sold at 2.8, but later went up to $9. So it's unfortunate. And we need to monitor the company development. So I have shown you there is a table. I actually monitor all the projects we have. Okay, that's about all. This is my name card. You can scan the QR code if you have any question, you can contact me.
Okay, thank you, Liu Feng. Right, just need Liu Feng's help to stay around, maybe just for 5-10 minutes. We have some question. Wait, let me just pause a question. Liu Feng contact is already here. Just to let you know that Liu Feng is a full-time reminder with OCBC in case you haven't bought any stocks, you want to open a brokerage account, and of course you can always rely on Liu Feng for OCBC brokerage service. Let me just pull out the question first. Let me just read. Okay, there's one from Jeffrey. Jeffrey asks, if the company is so great, why are they not a target for acquisition? Why not a stock buyback?
Okay, I think they have stock buyback, but may not be large scale. Stock buyback is decided by the company, and the company has a lot of projects. I think they would rather preserve the cash, and also I'm very happy they distribute dividend. And the target, it's up to other company. it's I think nowadays it's a sport for choice, and the parent company hold 55%. You may not be willing to sell. So I don't know whether it's target or not, but the substantial shareholder hold too much.
Okay, so you understand, huh? Okay, let's go to another question, which is also from Jeffrey, right? Who is the respected expert that forecasts the growth in the luxury yacht business? I'm not very sure.
Okay. I really don't know. I get it from the annual report. I think if I go back to read the annual report, I don't know whether they have quoted something over there. From who? Remember, I wrote there 222, I think, annual report.
Okay, thank you, Liu Feng. Let me see, right? This one, I'm not very sure. Is it a question? Wait, okay, what gives us confidence that the yacht membership will grow?
Okay, now it's quite full, and we know there are more and more rich people. You see, the price they are increasing. That shows the competition may not be that fierce.
Yeah, so Desmond, there's a demand, huh? And then they are able to increase price without losing customer. Okay, let me see. I think there's one more question. Let me just scroll a bit up, right? Hang on. I think it's from Dennis. This should be a last question. Previously, SUTL had a risk on Singapore Sentosa Cove site lease was expiring, not renewed yet, as disclosed in the previous annual report, which I can see in your slide right now. It's a very long question until 2034. So I think his question is the risk being mitigated? It's a very long question, right? Let me see. I'm just suspecting Danny is trying to say that the site renewed. Wait, it's a very long question. So okay, let me just paraphrase, see whether I can shorten it. Yeah, SUTL had a risk on Singapore Sentosa Cove site lease was expiring, then bracket, as disclosed in previous annual report, which I can see renewed until 2034, which coincide with 10 years renewal from year 2024. I'm not very sure what's the question. Maybe you can assume what is his question and then you can answer.
Okay, so I would assume they will hold this piece of land until 2034. So I think it's still too early. There is still 10 years. We want to talk to the government about the renewal. One is near to 2034, maybe 2 years before, maybe 2 years before. They need to talk to the government to renew that lease. And Singapore need this yacht marina. And we have a high chance. We must take a stance whether they will get or somebody will get things they are doing well. I think their chance is higher. Anyway, the cash is there. The worst case is they lose, then they distribute the money to us. It's still not a company without put asset. For that case, is those cash and yacht. So those are things liquid and with tangible value. It's not just a name, a brand, but if without operating scene, you can't do anything. For this case, the cash is there. So we must take a stance. My stance is they should be able to get, and they will continue to earn.
By the way, there are 4 more questions, right? I think before I read out the 4 questions to Liu Feng, I just want to let you know that in order for us to make a judgment call, because just now Liu Feng said something very important as he need to make a stance that, hey, buy, don't buy, whatever. You need to make a judgment call. So in order for all of us to make a judgment call, to buy stocks, using a hard-earned saving, I think it's very important that we know what we're doing. Yeah, when we say know what we are doing, we are I'm saying that after listening to Liu Feng's presentation, do you know what's going on? Do you understand terms like ROE, ROA, EPS, outstanding shares, interest coverage, all this? So in other words, if you do not understand any of this term, yeah, you shouldn't touch stocks. You're simply gambling because you're buying things that you absolutely do not understand. Yeah, so this is a very important thing to note, because why most people lose money? Because they just watch a maybe 5-minute YouTube video, right? And then somebody, influencer, maybe got 20,000 fans. Oh, and then this person talk about Palantir. The next thing you know is 5 minutes, they make a decision to buy Palantir. Yeah, with 50K. It just doesn't make sense. If it's so easy, right? I think our Ministry of Finance don't have to increase our GST from 8% to 9%. They just take their national reserve, show hand after watching a 5-minute YouTube video. Yeah, so I think for this symposium, it's not only to share with you the mechanism. We want to share with you the intensity of the things that we do. Yeah, so it cannot be so easy. It can be easy in the sense that you know all the steps, but if you don't know the steps, like what Robert G. Allen was saying, the framework, the system, you're gambling. Okay, so let's come back. Once I make this stance, then let's go into the question. Okay, this one I'm not very sure Liu Feng want to answer. Now, is yacht membership worth to invest in? This is a highly generic question. Worth money in the long time horizon. Club membership, is it better?
Well, really, I don't have expertise, but yeah, there are enough yachts. They can't anyhow park. They need to park somewhere. And now, with this membership, the price almost double. It's so much more expensive than with this yacht. Just now I mentioned, you see the 61 feet yacht. 1 month you need to spend $3,000 over dollars. I think now it's 3,003, 3,004 in this 1 degree 15. And in the first place, it's worth to buy. I believe there are enough people feel it worth to buy, need to park somewhere. But I really have no idea.
But by the way, I think it's important that all of us, whether it's me, Liu Feng, or Vincent, or Robert G. Allen, said something that we don't know. Yeah, because none of us, including Warren Buffett, knows everything. So I think if we're not sure, it's okay to say not sure, rather than you're not sure, but you anyhow whack. Yeah, so in other words, Fraser, right? For Fraser, we are not sure. This is also a question. Let me see, Liu Feng, how you answer this. Okay, this is like asking for a stock tip. If enter now from Winston, if enter now, that means buy now. How many years we are expected to hold, then exit?
Wow, this one cannot answer. This one need to take into your specific situation. All this. It's not stock tip session. I'm just sharing the analytical framework over here. So I took the Sir John Templeton on one sentence. Too many investors focus on outlook and trend. Therefore, more value is made, more profit is made from focusing on value. So I'm focusing on value, but I don't know how long. Nobody can time the market.
Yeah, I totally agree with Liu Feng, because me and Liu Feng, we are value investor. We know it's almost impossible to answer this question. Because over time, things change. We have no idea, but I can just share with you a generic answer, right? By this famous value investor called Peter Lynch. Peter Lynch focus only on fast growth company. And his definition of fast is a minimum holding period on average about 4 years. 4 years. 4 years for fast. So what do you mean by fast, right? Is earnings per share growth rate annualized maybe about 20% or more. So in other words, even fast growth, he needs to hold 4 years. But that is a very broad stroke. And then if you can travel back in time during Benjamin Graham's days, I think typically his holding period is about 3 years. But his style is a bit different. He buys very cheap company. If he hold for 3 years, the share price didn't go out, he'll sell away. I think that is not really applicable for us now. So I'm just using Peter Lynch yardstick 4 years for you to manage your expectation. Okay, so we'll just take one question. This question is quite long. I think it's also very generic. Okay, from Poon Choi. I previously bought a stock. I think it's a generic question. I previously bought a stock at a lower price, and now it has increased. Very generic, huh? And I'm a dilemma of whether I should buy it to increase my holding. It is still under intrinsic value. Yeah. What is your approach? I think generic, huh? What's your approach towards buying stocks in tranches? And how do you decide the tranches to buy? Tranches is like...
Yeah, I understand trenches. Buying in trenches is quite good. But and for now, let's say you have bought something cheap and now still under intrinsic value, you compare the margin of safety with other stock. I think you don't just have one stock under value. You compare with other opportunities. If this is still good, you can continue to buy.
Okay, very good. So not a straightforward answer, right? Yeah. So thank you, Liu Feng. I'm just going to share the slide of his contact number over here. Yeah, but in case you have his contact number, please, I mean, because today is Saturday, Sunday, right? Please don't message him and then with things like, hey, what stock to buy? I got this. Should I buy or sell? Yeah, you can be rest assured that he unlikely will reply you. Okay, huh? Yeah, so this is a QR code. I'm just going to leave this QR code here for a short while. By the way, just to let you know that Liu Feng's specialty, right, in Singapore companies that are listed in SGX. Yeah, that is his focus. I still remember Robert G. Allen was saying focus, right? I'm quite sure he spent more than 10,000 hours with this. Yeah, please remember to scan QR code. If you want to open a brokerage account, maybe you haven't get started investing, you can always open a brokerage account with Liu Feng, right?
Thank you, Kaden.
Yeah. Wow, after today, Liu Feng will be swamped with a lot of contact brokerage account. Okay, so thank you, Liu Feng. Thank you so much. Thank you,
Hayden.
Okay, thank you. So let me just stop share. Thank you so much. Thank you, Liu Feng. Okay.
Thank you, everybody.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, so ladies and gentlemen, not yet. We still got a lucky draw, right? Because no matter what happens, we want to give out our iPad. Yeah, thank you, Liu Feng. I just need somebody's help to see Liu Feng out. So let me just put this. Okay, lucky draw. Everybody is just waiting, right, before they go for lunch. I'm also hungry. So let's pull this up. Hey, let me see. Just share screen, make sure that everything... Yeah, so this is the last slide, don't worry, I'll finish in 10 minutes. I know all of you need to rush for lunch. So who are the speakers today? Robert G. Allen, Ernie about property investing. So you realize they satisfy our theme, right, which is multiple streams of income. Vincent talked about protection, and they are very kind to give you all the contact and so on. You can always reach out to Vincent, right? Of course, Liu Feng has also given out the contact. So you can reach out all these people. Yes, so right now, my colleague has really passed me the iPad. Oh, this is a brand new one. Okay, so we're done here, but that's not all. Do you see there's a lucky draw? Yeah, before a lucky draw, right, I need to share a very important announcement first. Now, do you realize that when Liu Feng was sharing all the case study, it's very important for us to be educated. Educated in terms of what? Educated in terms of, number one, do you know the answers to this question? Do you know where to search for opportunity? Number two, do you know how to evaluate whether a company is good or bad? Yeah. Number three, do you know where's the entry point, exit point? So this was the question that was being asked because it's not so easy. Number four, do you know how to build a portfolio? So Vincent was the one who talked about portfolio building. You need some form of diversification. So these are the challenges that almost every single investor faces. Yeah, but do not worry. Let me share with you a solution that we have for all of you. So in the next maybe 5-6 minutes, I'm going to share with all of you a project, right, that I've been working on since the pandemic. Yeah, so now the project has been around for, I think, 3.5 years already. Yeah, so during the time when pandemic kicks in, the entire world, including Singapore, went through a very short recession. That was specifically on March 2020. So that was the time when I pulled together a group of people who are our graduates, because they know how to do all this, right, to search for companies. They are undervalued and they are wonderful companies to invest in. So in other words, we are actually finding a solution, right, to all the headaches that most people have. So not only we search for you, in which for you will save months of time, we also evaluate for you to minimize mistakes. We're not perfect, but we want to minimize mistakes. Yeah, and then the same thing, exit point, entry point, we also evaluate for you. And ultimately, right, we will share with all of you how to build an all-weather portfolio, like what Vincent was saying. So these are the team of people that we have, and we have even people, for example, Dr. Betty, over here. She's actually a PhD. So we have a different researcher that embark on this project with us. So each of them has a specific skill. So for example, Alice, right, her background is accounting. So it's very easy for her to look at all the accounting terms. By the way, nobody is a guru of anything and everything. It's impossible, which is why I need to summon the team. I only good in specific industry, but not all industries. So eventually we came together in March 2020 and we did a project together, and we call it Project SG Case Study. SG stands for Singapore listed company. In case you're American or whatever, this may not be applicable for you. Let me share with you how the project works. Now, if you want to be part of this project so that you don't have to worry about what are companies to do, how to calculate intrinsic value, all the terms and so on, right? So let's say, hypothetical scenario, let's say you become a member today. And let's say today is 1st of January, just a hypothetical example. So what we'll do is every single month, we'll deliver one company. That means we'll do the work for you. We'll do all the heavy lifting for you. So we'll research one SG listed company, and then we'll upload into our learning management system called VIA Atlas, which is right now you can also download from App Store. So every month we'll do it. January we'll do it one, February we'll do it one, March we'll do it one, April we'll do it one, right? So then at the end of the 4th month, we will meet online because some of you may be staying overseas. Then we will repeat this feed again. 1, 1, 1, 1, and then we will meet. 1, 1, 1, 1, and then we'll meet. Now, it's very important for us to know, what do you mean by meet, right? Your time is so precious. So during this evening session, usually it takes place from about 7:30 p.m. right to 10 p.m. So what will happen is 2 authors, they will appear via Zoom. We'll invite you via Zoom, and 2 authors will share their presentation like what Liu Feng was doing. So they may share company A, then another author may share company B. And then after each of the presentation, you can ask them any question. So we want you to understand that what's happening. And then we repeat this, and then we will repeat this. So in total, right, if you decide to embark on this project with us, it's actually a 1-year program. Nobody in Singapore is providing such a project except us. So it's a 1-year program, 1 company per month. Per month. And I will need my colleague to answer any question in the Q&A. And then every 4 months we meet. So this moving forward. Let me share with you how our database look like. Now, from 2020 to 2023, right, we have a total of 47 companies that we have discovered. By the way, most companies listed SGX are all lousy business. So we only found 47, which means that these companies are the best of the best, at least from the value investing perspective. And out of these 47, right, about half are still undervalued today. Later I'll share with you how we know. And the best part is if you are always thinking about how to invest, but you don't have time to do all the research and so on, right? And then you also want to be an intelligent investor. You can always get instant access to all of our database today. Now let me share with you how it works. This is our portal, which is VIA Atlas. Let's say you already have an account, right? What you need to do is you click this button and you log in. Once you log in, you can see there's an SG case study over here. Of course, we also provide US, but not today. Let's talk about SG. So after you click on this button, right, you can see there are many tabs. By the way, all this interface is also applicable, right, in a mobile version. We do have an app, and you can download the app for absolutely free. So the most amazing thing is this thing I want to share with you. Now, once you click on this button, right, it stands for one page, intrinsic value directory. Once you click on this, you can see, because every month we need to upload one, right? So of course we blank off. What are the ticker symbol? What's the company name? And let's say in July 2023, right, we have discovered this company called Jiutian Chemical Group. They are in the materials category. Their current share price is 0.03. Well, this is like a penny stock. So we have a range of intrinsic value. One is 0.43 cent. The other one is 1.92 cents. So 0.03 is lesser than 1.43, which is why it's undervalued. And then 0.03 is less than 1.92, which is undervalued. So enough for me and my perspective, right, or from the value investing perspective, I will only interested in a company provided I understand thoroughly and provided this both cell, right, are green color. That means it's undervalued. But let's say you are hearing this for the first time. You want to know more about this company. So what I do, you just left click this, click on this button, right? Once you click on this button, boom, a page pops out. And by default, right, it shows you an executive summary report. We know that adults are very busy. And the best part is a paperclip here means you can download. Yeah, so this one is a PDF. You can download into your PC and permanent keep it. So you left click here and then you see this document, right? So you want to know more about the company in 1 minute. Yeah, 1 minute. So what you do is scroll. Okay, scroll. You talk about what's the EPS trend, which is why it's very important for you to understand all this stuff. Gross margin. Yeah, even talk about valuation. Yeah, valuation is the one about the entry point. Yeah, without valuation, there's no way you know when to buy. Yeah, so this is the executive summary report. But after reading, or rather glance through the executive summary report, you realize that, hey, I'm interested in this. You roughly know what it's all about, and you want to know more in detail. You can always click on this. COC stands for Circle of Competence. That means the speaker at the top right-hand corner, you can see over here, his name is called Zen. He will share in detail what's this company, like what Liu Feng is doing exactly. He also share about the fundamentals. Yeah, very important. Yeah. Then after that, not only that, he will also talk about valuation. Valuation, price to book, PE. We must all learn. We must learn all these things. And then, of course, if you're interested in our slides, you can click on this slide button. You can see the slides. Can you see? So that you know where are the source of the information. For slides, you cannot download, but you can always take photos, screenshot, whatever. Yeah. So in summary, everything is done for you. Yeah. And of course, right now we already have an app available in the Apple App Store as well as the Google Play Store, which also means that later on, right, after this session has ended, you can always take out a phone, you can always download, which is absolutely free. Yep. Then you can open an account, which is absolutely free and so on. But let's come back to here again. Now, so remember, let's say today you become a member, 4 case study, 1 each month, we meet, and then we repeat this. So this is moving forward. But since we started the project way back during the pandemic, just to let you know that the best thing about today, right, is you can have access to 47 value companies of our 3.5 years of effort in just one instant, which is today. So out of these 47 companies, yeah, about half, 50 companies are still undervalued. And then not only that, remember I shared with you the summary report, the slideshow, everything is all provided for you. And every time when we upload a case study, we also send you email reminder to save you time. So in short, your time is the most precious and we want to save you time. And then the next most important is to save you money. Yeah, because most people buy stocks without knowing what is it. Yeah, then you have no idea where's the trusted source, right? Trusted source. Yeah, so by the way, VIA has been around for the past 14 years. We only practice a value investing. We do not trade. We do not do anything speculative in nature. So in Singapore, we are the one of the rare few companies that stay in the same stance, which is value investing, which is what Warren Buffett is practicing. Yeah. So in summary, today, you have access to our database of 47 companies. 50% is undervalued. And then moving forward, right, you'll be seeing me and Liu Feng. Yeah. Once every 4 months. And then every single month, right, we'll upload 1 case study. So you save time and you will save your effort from losing money. Yeah. So you can get instant access today. Just to let you know, most will lose money. But let's say some people buy stocks and then they lose more than $10,000. Which means that if VIA Atlas could help you save $10,000, am I right to say that VIA Atlas value is $10,000? Yeah, most people, they are a bit penny wise, pound foolish. They, I want to save 10 cents, 20 cents. Then in the end, they lose 100K. Yeah, so we have to be very careful. It's not so easy to invest in stock unless you know how to analyze. Okay, this is very important. Now, just to let you know that our original fee, right, for subscription is actually 888. Yeah, in which we're going to increase pretty soon in the next 1-2 months, right? But because we are running this symposium, we're going to give you a huge discount. So our subscription fee, right, will be reduced from 888 to 576 only. So that's a 35% discount. Yeah. So 576 for 1 whole year. Yeah, for 1 whole year. It's even cheaper than the tuition fee that I send my children to, because there's 1 month already about 300. Yeah, so times 12, 300 times 12 is 3,006. Okay, and you have instant access today. Yep. So I just need my colleague to just post the link for the SG case study. Okay, the link is already there. So as I speak, right? Yep, I just need your help to just click on the link. You need to fill up the necessary information and so on. Once you fill up, maybe in the next 5 minutes, then we will do the lucky draw. Yeah, lucky draw. By the way, if you have any question regarding the case study, please feel free to share. But to save time, right, as you speak, you just need to click register whatever that's necessary. And I'm just going to tell you what the lucky draw items. Not yet, but let me tell you the lucky draw items. So early this morning, if you join on time, there are total 3 lucky draws we're going to give out. Yeah, because you have registered, right? You're registered, we have your email. Yeah, so we use a special system to run this email like ballot. Yeah, and then eventually you'll come to a stop. Yeah, so if you see the email that seems like yours, it's yours. It's yours. So which are the 3 prizes that we're going to give out? Of course, the third prize is Sony WF a C700N, which is a wireless headphone. I really like it. It looks quite sleek, very cool, right? And of course, we want to give you a copy, hard copy of Robert G. Allen's Creating Wealth. Yeah, so that's a third prize. Second prize is our US case study subscription. Just now I was talking about the SG case study subscription. So right now it's US. Yeah, you have access to all this. You can always take a photo, right? And we're going to pass you a copy of our book. We bought it from Amazon and then we pass you a hard copy. So that's the second prize. And first prize is this, because just now my colleague just passed this to me, which is a brand new iPad. Wow, it's still fully wrapped. Always feels good to touch new things. Okay, I think this is 64 gig and it says iPad 9th generation Wi-Fi. Actually, I have no idea what's 9th generation, but it sounds very latest, right? Okay. By the way, for all these prizes, you have to physically come and collect. So what do I mean by this? So in other words, in order to collect these prizes, right, all these 3 prizes, I assume that you have to be a resident in Singapore. Yeah, because in Malaysia, I don't think you're going to fly and then take all these things, right? Yeah. But if it happens that you are non-resident here in Singapore, and then somehow, the lucky draw, right? You're lucky to win the lucky draw. We'll find an alternative. Yeah, alternative. I think we can send you some Amazon e-voucher or something like that, of equivalent value. So don't worry. So overseas, we'll send you some Amazon e-voucher. And then if it's local, right, you have to come and collect, regardless of where you stay. Yeah, but my staff will reach out to you. So let me just share with you which staff will reach out to you so that you know it's not a scam. Because right now, people send out phishing scam, all this, right? Yeah, so just to let you know that my company, I got 2 websites. One of the websites is called www.mindkinesis. Yeah, kinesis.com. Yeah, so the person that will reach out to you from mindkinesis.com is actually Eugenia. She will reach out to you this coming week. This coming week, right? Yeah, Eugenia. So in case Eugenia email you, message you, and you just say, I'm from mindkinesis.com. Not from the email, you can see, right? Eugenia at mindkinesis.com. So now it's legit. We want to give away the prizes. Okay, so let's back to this subscription. Any other question first before I proceed, right? Before I proceed with the lucky draw? Yeah, just a few minutes. Let me see, right? Because there's some question coming in. Yeah, I just want to make sure that we want to address every single one. So don't worry, just a few minutes, we will be done. Yeah, so we have a lot incoming, right? Okay, let me see what question. Let me just scroll down to the bottom. Yeah, okay, let me just address some of the question. I'm aware that SGX has quite a number of undervalued companies, but majority has poor liquidity and not tradable. Your comments. So this person who asked the question is FM, right? By the way, this is a valid question. If the company is illiquid or low liquidity, what does it mean? It simply means that, it's a good, cheap. Then you want to buy, right? And you place the order. It will take forever, for the order to be executed. So last time I made a mistake by buying a company called 800 Super. So the order has to be placed for maybe 1 week, 2 weeks. So if you're lucky, maybe it's filled. Yeah, and then after that, when it goes up by 100%, which takes a few years, right? And then I want to sell again, illiquid. So my learning lesson after all these years is illiquid, right? Is good not to buy. But this is just my personal opinion. Okay, Okay, Fraser. So if we subscribe, do we get advice on where to invest or the case study just for knowledge? And it's up to us after that. Okay, Fraser, just to let you know that for all our case study, we will put a disclaimer. Yeah, so in other words, throughout the presentation in the VIALS, we cannot use words like recommend, suggest, advise. Yeah, and the reason we cannot do so because we are not licensed by MS to do this. Yeah, in fact, even brokers are not licensed, right, to do this. They can facilitate the buy and sell. So at the end of the day, remember, right, we want people to be intelligent. Yeah, we want people over the long-term period not to rely on anyone. Yeah, because relying on people, I think not so fruitful, not so fruitful, right? Because very few people has become rich by just following other people. So the case study kickstart all the things you need to know. You know our framework, the detail. We do all the work for you. Yeah, it's like we lay out all the cards in front of you on the table. Then you have to make a choice, but we cannot use word that this is a recommendation. Okay, huh? QY. Before today's session, and mind to share a quick preview of tomorrow's agenda. Okay. Very good, right? Let me talk about tomorrow. Okay, let me just move the slide. Wait, fast forward. Okay, let me fast forward and then I go back, right? So what's tomorrow's agenda? So we're done with day one, huh? So tomorrow we have the 3 remaining speakers, which is myself, Laura Templeton, and Dr. Todd A. Finkel. Let me just put this up. So Laura Templeton, just to let you know that she's the great niece, of a very, very successful value investor, and his name is called Sir John Templeton. Yeah, Sir John Templeton. So Lauren will share about the Templeton's way of investing. By the way, Sir John Templeton has been well known and well documented as one of the best stock picker, right, of the century. So no joke. Yeah, and I mean, Sir John Templeton descendant, there's only one, which is Lauren Templeton. So that's one. Next one is Dr. Todd A. Finkel. So which is this, he's a Pigger professor in one of the university in US. And since 2023, he has done a lot of research about the Warren Buffett's way of investing. Warren Buffett is the #1 investor of all times. So he has done a lot of work. Yeah. So I just want to let you know, for Laura Templeton and for Dr. Todd A. Finkel, they are not like hired speaker. It's not that I pay Laura Templeton. Hey, Laura, I pay you, please come and speak. Or Dr. Todd, I pay you, you come and speak. Just to let you know that the price, if I want to pay them, right, I think it's going to be a huge amount of price. Yeah. So Laura Templeton and Dr. Finkel, right, they speak because they wanted to. They are like my friends. And then they saw that organizing this conference is meaningful. They want to spread the word of value investing. So they volunteered themselves, without any form of compensation to speak our event. And then to do that, they had to spend hours to prepare the slides. Okay, so tomorrow, please come, right? And then, of course, for me, because 90% of the portfolio are invested in US listed company, tomorrow I'll share with you one company that I'm personally interested. So today, Liu Feng has shared one, SUTL, right? And then, of course, we end the session with lucky draw. So tomorrow, lucky draw will even be better. So that is for tomorrow. So let me just go back. Any last question before we proceed to the lucky draw? So the link is already up. Click on the link and then you can subscribe to a SG case study. Okay, so that's QY. So I've done the QY part. Okay, Fraser say understand. Are you portfolio manager? The answer is no. Kelvin say thank you, Kaden and team for effort. It was very fruitful. Have a weekend and see you tomorrow. Okay, Kelvin, thanks a lot. Thanks a lot. Okay, any one last question before we do the lucky draw? We're just waiting to buy some time, right, for people to ask any question about SG case study. Yeah. By the way, I just want to let you know, if you have never taken any form of education or whatever about investing, it's an absolute nightmare in trying to figure out on your own. Yeah. By the way, VIA was set up in 2010. Throughout this 14 years journey, I've been to 11 cities in the entire Asia. I've spoken to more than 50,000 people, side by side with people like Robert J. Allen and Robert Kiyosaki. Out of the people that I've spoken to, more than 80% have no idea what they're doing. So they cannot blame the stock market because they lose money. Yeah. Interestingly, when they buy a refrigerator or buy a laptop, they go and analyze. But buy stocks, just watch a YouTube video, 5 minutes, quickly put Palantir. Yeah, so it's very dangerous. So it's important that we get ourselves educated. So you have to ask yourself, is 576 worth to cover your thousands of loss in the future? Yeah, in case you do not want to be educated. Yeah, and then you divide by 12, is also not a lot. Okay, By the way, this amount is even smaller than the assurance package that the government give us. I wish you can use the assurance package to settle this, so that you have assurance to invest in the stock market. Okay, so I'll give you some time, and I'll just leave my colleague, right, stand by that we're going to do our lucky draw. I just need my colleague to cue, right? That everything is okay. Joshua, is your site ready for a lucky draw? Okay, ready. So everybody's ready, right? Okay. Let me show you how it works. Yeah. Later, I'm just going to go through the 3 lucky draw again. In the meanwhile, while I speak, you can always click and then register, right? Register. And then there'll be a number, email that runs. Not like jackpot, right? Sometimes you may see a bit of lag, depending on the Wi-Fi or depending on your house Wi-Fi. Yeah. So ding, and then you'll freeze there. So when I freeze there, I'll say this is the winner. In case the email matches yours, please take a photo. And our session is recorded so that, you know, if it's let's say Caden Chang at yahoo.com.sg, it's always Caden Chang at yahoo.com.sg. Okay, so which are the 3 lucky prizes again while you're subscribing to our US case study? So remember the earpiece plus Robert G. Allen's Creating Wealth, but you must come and collect from our office, which is along Shenton Way, very central. Next one, this one we can operate online, but you still have to come down and collect a book. Yeah. And the last one, which is this brand new iPad, proudly sponsored by Ernie Ong, of course, plus the copy of the book. Okay, now with that, let me just go back. I just stop share, right? So that my colleague can put up the lucky draw on the screen. But this is the first time that we're using such an electronic way of lucky draw. In the early days, we would have written like 1,000 names put inside the box. Okay, ready? Ready? Third prize, earpiece, the book, Creating Wealth. Okay, here, right? Okay, ready? Okay, let's run the lucky draw. There's even sound. Okay, this person is called Ming. So I need my colleague. Can you take a photo of this so that we know? Photo taken? Okay, sure. Okay, congratulations to Ming. You won yourself a earpiece. So you can listen to our case study, right? And then reading this book on the train so that you don't waste time doing some other fun thing. Okay, the second prize. The second prize, you have access, right, to more than 24 US case study. Just now we talked about Singapore, more than US case study, and then plus a copy of the book. Don't worry, we'll reach out to you and then tell you what you have received. Yeah, so if you win, right, that means it's really a lucky year for you. Okay, so second prize, second prize. Ready? My colleague, ready? 1, 2, and 3. Let's run. Okay, Francis, I just need my colleague to take a photo first, right? Done, photo taken. Okay, Francis, congratulations to Francis. A lot of X at the bottom. Okay, yeah, PDPL, so I think PDPA, so I think it's important we hide. Now the last one is this iPad, right, has to be given away. I do not want to keep Ernie's iPad. Okay, so the lucky prize winner is, let my colleague run. A bit lag, Lawrence, and your email start with RAI. Okay, very good. That's why I let my colleague take a screenshot and then photo of this first, right? Yeah, so remember this is quite heavy. You don't want to send and then get lost. So you must come to office. We'll reach out to you. Okay, good. So this is done. Yeah, so let me see. What else? Let me just wrap everything up. Nothing else, Those things that I want to do, right? I have already done it. Lucky draw, everything is all given. I'm really happy to give away all the prizes. I already shared with you what's happening tomorrow. Tomorrow, right, which is Lawrence, Dr. Todd, as a friendship, they volunteer to speak at our event. I'll share with you one company that person invested. And the interesting thing is right now is still undervalued. So let me just go back to the SGK study subscription. Yeah, so I think my colleague, right, will hang around here maybe for the next 10 minutes. 10 minutes, I'll just take some question. 10 minutes up, you'll probably have some timer by the side. 10 minutes up, we will officially end investify symposium, at least for day 1. Yeah. So ladies and gentlemen, so I'm just going to look at the Q&A. Any question here first? Yeah. Any question here first? Let me just scroll down, right? Yeah. If not, have a good rest. I see you tomorrow, right? Yeah. By the way, tomorrow is, let me see what time again. Don't come so early tomorrow. Yeah. Tomorrow, right? Tomorrow's session will be a bit later, which is 10 a.m. 10 a.m. So a bit later, right? Okay. So you can sleep a bit late. Okay, 10 a.m. Okay, so I'm going to take some question. Thank you for sharing, Robert. Yeah, Robert sharing. I like, then the link, right? It's the same link. Yes, it's the same link. Same link. Same link for tomorrow. Yeah, so I think I'm not, I have to check with my staff whether has they sent out like messaging to tell them tomorrow is still the same link. I think we need to do that. That's a great question. Same link for tomorrow. Yes, Robert, I like Robert. What's the criteria of the lucky draw? The criteria is number one, right? When we organize the lucky draw, we ask you all to register your mobile phone. So in other words, for those people who pass us the mobile phone, that's the only criteria. Then the second criteria is being lucky. Okay, huh? Don't get angry, if you didn't get lucky draw. I mean, it's a lucky draw, right? Yeah. Yeah, Raymond, thanks. Yeah, thanks. Wow, a lot of things today, multiple stream of income. Whew. Yeah, thank you so much. QY say SG case studies promo valid until when? Okay, what is Singaporean Singlish? Promo until end of today, 2359. Janet Law, tomorrow you open up to join US case study membership. The answer is yes. Thanks, Janet. Elise, for this event, we value investing. I will be informed by register for only 3 packs. Yeah. So I think to my colleague, right, that we'll reach out to them. Yeah. So Elise, LC, sorry, not Elise. LC, don't worry. We'll reach out to you. Just give us like 1 day of rest. But Monday, my staff will be back. She's going to email you, so don't worry. We are very meticulous. Very meticulous. Yeah, MK, thanks. If we log in late, we will not be eligible for the lucky draw. Not really. Not really. For example, if you're 30 minutes late, you're also eligible provided in the early part, right? You have sent us your mobile phone. Thanks for organizing this. Thank you, Casey. Thanks. Let me see what else. Yeah, actually the entire team has been hardworking, just to let you know, just to chat now, while you are, keen to subscribe for the SG case study. Just to let you know that it may appear to be quite simple, right? Like online, everybody is doing Zoom. In fact, to plan this a simple looking event, it took us 6 months. Yeah, serious, 6 months. I think partly we take 6 months because we need to search for speakers who want to speak for us. So fortunately, we found Robert G. Allen, who's very kind. He's really the big gun, right, in the real estate investment industry, and then Laura Templeton and Dr. Todd. Yeah, I'm really grateful to them. Yeah, so 6 months, and then after that, the last couple of weeks, we were very busy trying to test everything was okay. And then just now, there's a bit of small little thing, there's echo when Ernie was speaking, but we sort this out. Yeah, so we are really happy. Finally, half day one is already gone. Yeah. Hopefully one day you can do assessment for Malaysian stock too. Casey, I wish. Guan Xiong, thanks. If SG undervalued for some, it's a great question. Let me just answer. If SG undervalued for some years, was the valuation possibly too high? I think it's quite hard to give a generic answer, but you have to go case by case. Let me give you an example. There are some companies, maybe I can give you a specific example. There are some companies, they are undervalued for a very long time, right? Because of a wrong perception. Okay, let me give you an example. There is one company that's listed in Singapore called China, right? No, by the way, as I speak, it's also to buy you time for you to register for SGK study. Yeah, okay, so while you register, I just explain, right? China Sunsin. I can't remember what's the ticker symbol. I think it's CH8 or something like that. Yeah, so just my personal opinion, I think the company is a good company with good management, but it has been undervalued for quite a number of years. And again, my reasoning is because it's a China company. Yeah, it's a China company. And many years ago, there's always a bad perception that the China and US relationship. Actually, all this thing doesn't have to do with the company, but human nature. Yeah, China, so dangerous. Like Donald Trump, China. China stuff. Yeah. Then, Alibaba is another great example. Yeah, Alibaba has a couple of threats. For example, there's a threat that it may be delisted. Yeah, but Hong Kong one I think is okay, but the one US may be delisted. So the share price is really depressed. Yeah, so just my personal learning is usually I want to avoid such things. Yeah, the best way to get out of trouble is to stay out of trouble. Yeah. Any other last question? How many more minutes do we have before we end the session? 5 minutes, right, I suppose? Yeah, 5 minutes left. So just 5 minutes left. Any other question? If not, remember to save 35% of the SG case study subscription fee, right? Just click on the link and then just click subscribe. Yeah. Your time is very precious. You cannot spend like 3 years to figure out what's this company. For example, Liu Feng session, right? It's about 40 minutes. But Liu Feng has been investing for many years. Since he was 20s. He's right now about 50, 30 years already. Yeah. So unless you want to spend 30 years trying to figure out, I think it's important for us to start with like a mentor, right? Like a mentorship. Yeah. And this SG case study subscription gives you a good head start versus trying to figure out. Yeah, and it's quite tough. We may end up losing money. Okay, any other last question before we knock it off in maybe 3 minutes time? 3 minutes time. 3 minutes time. I just let my colleague tell me how many more minutes left. I think it's 2 minutes time. Okay, 2 minutes time. So again, in case you miss what I said just now, for tomorrow, right? These are the speakers, which will be me, Lauren Templeton, and Dr. Todd A. Finkel. Can share the early rep session dates and sign up link again. Okay, I'll just need my colleague, right? That's a very good one. They just need the earnings link. Yeah, earnings link. Okay, it's okay. Alison, we'll do that. Okay, you can see my colleague has already posted the link. Yeah, for earnings one. Because some people maybe they don't like public is the company. Maybe they like property, which is fine. Yeah. So again, you can. Hey, by the way, under the chat, right? In case after we close the session, you can always take a photo. Yeah, take a photo, or you click on the link after our symposium, and at least you have the pop-up page. But take a photo will be good. And then the Singapore case study subscription also take a photo, right, of the shortcut bit.ly IAS24SG. Yeah. I suppose 24 is year 2024. Okay, 1 minute more before we end the session. So Fraser asked, so if we have no experience or knowledge, we sign up and you don't know how to open an account, etc. Okay, for Fraser, it's a very good question. Now, I think for your case, if you know, as in if you know absolutely zero, you don't even know how to open an account, my suggestion is that you take a class. Yeah, you take a class that I think it's really, really difficult. For you, even if you got money, let's say money is not issue. Okay, you pay for SG case study subscription. Because you have not understood the lingo of investing. And then even if we explain to you, you may not understand. You understand? So Fraser, there is no other way out. You have to understand the lingo of investing. Yeah. So that's the unfortunate part. Now, so what's the fortunate part? The fortunate part is everything, right, can be learned. Yeah, riding bicycle can be learned, driving a car can be learned, investing can also be learned. Yeah, so that's the good news. So now the question is, where do you learn, right? Maybe I need my colleague to post maybe the masterclass. Yeah, sorry, this is just to cater for Fraser. Yeah, if you attend the class, if you don't like it, it's okay. It's okay. So it's fine, right? Yeah. So there is a masterclass dates that's being shown. By the way, the masterclass is absolutely free. If you come, you listen, and then you realize, wow, this is too complex. Investing is not for you. Then it's okay. Then life moves on. Then you just leave your money in the bank. Okay, but if you find that it's worthwhile to give a shot, right? And it's free anyway, and then you're going to still receive a copy of our book, right? Yeah, must as well do it. Let me just go back to the master class, right? Yeah. So what will we give you? Wow, a lot of slides, Where's the book? This one. Okay. So these are the dates in which my colleague has already put up. Yeah, upon appearing on site, yeah, we will pass you the guide. You will sit through to see whether are you suitable for investing. Some people are just not suitable. We give you a copy of the book, no catch. We also pass you a Starbucks gift card, also no catch. And then if you bring your friend, right? Bring your friend, your friend will also get a book and a Starbucks gift card. And then for you who make an effort to bring your friend, we give you a $20 NTUC voucher as well as a GV voucher. Very good, very generous, right? Yeah, just share with you the reason why we are doing this. One of the key reasons why we are doing this is because even though we have been around for the past 14 years and we have been serving more than 50,000 people across 11 cities in the entire Asia, we are still a small firm, at least compared to Alibaba or whatever. Yeah, so we are not Starbucks, we are not McDonald's. So we want to let people remember us for the good things, which is why we give out things. Yeah, especially relevant ones, such as the book. So you like copy, right? At Starbucks, you can read our book. Yeah. So I think 30 seconds left. Any other things before we knock off for the day? Let me just go back to the case study again. Okay, case study. Okay. So count down 10 seconds. 10, 9, 8. Yeah, after this, my colleague will just play a video and that officially marks the end of investify Symposium Day 1, and I shall see you tomorrow at 10 a.m. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Okay, thank you all. Have a good rest. Thank you. I'll let my colleague take over.